be joined by and so where after the soccer game, and where after the game is good to be here. And someone said, we saw you supporting my GB County. I said, yeah, I have to do that because my late father came from Bomb County, and my mom come from my GB County. So you see it. My late father came from Bomb, and my mom from my GB. So I will put my support via my GB now. But that's the beauty of the game. There must be a winner. Oh, yeah. And so far, I consider to the match. So far as the one of for the best game, maybe we'll look at the third place game in the final. But we'll see today as one of for the best match played so far in the county mid this year. A match that had everyone standing up. And a friend of mine texted me from all the way from uh, the US. She said, "I cannot continue watching the game. I'm switching off after the game. You guys will give me the result. I can't stand it because pressure, my pressure keep going up." I say, "Why?" So say congratulations to the two teams. Congratulations to the winner, Lofa, and congratulations to my GB County for putting up a very good team. But yeah, this surprised everyone, man. So if you go to the game, then you fight for three teams, win, draw. For also for you to not lose, but that's it. You have to take either you win or you draw or you lost the game.
Indeed, and now you need to see us. Making we saw it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you speak? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? See, why? That's the question that we ask. The people focus, the people lie to us, the government betray us, so they lie. The people fool us, the people lie to us, the government betray us, they get lie, they get steal. I don't want to trust. My people don't want to hope on. My hope that I have been broken. Telling you, so where are the schools? Where are the roads? Where are the jobs that they say they could afford? They too selfish. They people tired with their graduates. People tired, they tired. You see the reason why we ask why the government betray. They have enough for time, but yet instead they delay. People suffer. No work for people crying for hunger.
And so that's it right here. It is exactly what your people um goes to the pool after every 6 years, make a very long queue to elect you the leaders, because they want you to go out there and represent them, yeah, and put their interests first. That's the people believe. The people always believe that voting for you people, our people always go out there and put their people interest first. But it becomes so disappointing, and it comes with a lot of this disappointment that you stay in a long queue from morning all the way up to the afternoon, even hour, only to put our confidence and trust into someone who you see as your leaders, and go there to vote them, and at the end they disappoint you. And I'll tell someone, I say, guys, what happened in the US now? They want to read. Let's see who continue. The people outside will see whether some of the government going to betray them, or whether some of the government going to hold them. Uh, you know, um, the action currently in the US, whether your government really get you hard. Oh yeah, whether your government is a responsible government. What is going to happen in the US? You see, we have over 1,500. Can you just imagine that numbers of Liberians to be deported back home? And a lot of people, saw it, and I don't know how to see it. Some people see it, as a way. Oh yeah, then they come back home. They don't come back home. They let do this, they let do that. Yeah, they go to that place there. And there are different way people, understanding it. They have people, yeah, making a life or live the life in the US. But I can tell you on this platform here, even if that you maybe who thinking that way, if you had an opportunity to live a land where your own people, to live a land, to live a home where you feel that you put trust and confidence in your government, and at the end of the day, your government disappointed you. You want to stay here? No, you don't want to stay here. So these people is because of our people fear us, and our people keep fearing us. Our people keep fearing us. If they were seeing more good changes, if they were seeing some green light, you're gonna see that people coming back home here to carry on, join us back home to see how best we can improve our country. But they keep saying our leaders keep disappointing us. So how can somebody put just how can somebody not sleep, not do that, so the waiting just entering some of the countries because they're looking for better life. Our people that they trust or we trust indeed and put in the offices to represent us, they don't stay here to invest in this country, to open more good jobs into this country here, create jobs for the ordinary people. But the people see the very same people who we elected, they take their children from here and send them overseas to go and study. You think why are they doing it? Because they feel that there's better life outside there in this country. But why can the news that's in energy and see how they can transform their own country? Why do you think so? They keep fearing us. So it's not, I don't want to see that. Oh, let people come back home, man. People go to that place and stay there, and it's not easy to get people in the U.S. It's not easy thing. It's not easy thing to get established there. It is people don't want to come home, but because our people, our leaders, they send their children to good school to America, but they don't want to invest in our education system here. They leave this country to send their family and they themselves leave this country to go abroad to seek good medication out there, but they don't want to invest into the health sector. So you see it. They don't want to transform our health sector here. They take the children and they themselves leave from here to go and live good life and go into experience good facility out there. But here, our people don't have running water. Electricity system here is poor. The living condition of the people is poor. So who would want better life? Say when they they don't want to hire themselves somewhere to go in the next man home. It's because our leaders fail us is the reason why you see these people up there just running and turning around, running and turning around. They fail the system. Who don't want better life? You that you don't want better life? You see one lawmaker money, one making close to 15,000+ United States dollars. With all the other small benefit, he only goes to work Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday, he goes there. The man who elect you doing double works or daytime. Some of the open working in the morning, working in the afternoon, working in the night. The man who put in the office, he work day, afternoon, and night, looking for bread for him and his family. But he stay in the queue to elect you only to go to work 2 times in a week. And you make all that money with all that benefit attached to you. At the end of the day, the man cannot get better life. You think he has the opportunity to stay in some of the country to go there and hire himself to be there just to get better living for him and his family. You think he will do that? The young man will do it. The young man going to do that. Because our people, our leaders betray us. They betray the system. They betray the masses. They betray the people. It's what they did. Nothing. Nothing. They prefer using chapter plane, private plane, and up and down in the sky from here and there. Some people, some of our leaders living in the air. Maybe you don't know. Some of our leaders live in the air. The time they have on the on the ground, maybe it's just 2 days. The other 3 in a week, from Monday or from Sunday to Sunday, you'll say maybe they have 3 days just just 3 days home. The rest of the other days in the week, they have it in the air. They just traveling, 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 traveling. That's how you're looking at it. Because they feel the 16. They feel their people. So some of the people out there you see, they sneak their way through. They goes there to get a better life for they and their family. So I just sorry for some of you who maybe you're hoping on certain system to help you, and I just sorry for some of them. Maybe they're hoping on certain system to help them, and when I help them, there are certain system you are depending on to help. Will I help you, and you have to come back home because our people fear us. Our people do not prioritize. Our leaders do not prioritize and seek the interests of their people. They seek their own interests. The people, the people seek their interest. A friend of mine told me this thing at one time. He said, "You know what's the problem in this country?" I said, "No, brother. That's a foreigner." He said, "I guess some of my close friends, investors, who talks and other stuff with our leaders back home here. They are in talks with the House of Senate, House of Representative." He said, "You know what my friends can tell me?" I said, "No." He said they are finding it difficult because he said Liberia, the parent rests on the people who they elected. These people seek their interest first. When they will be finished seeking their interest, what they want as benefit before they come to the ordinary people. Before they come to the ordinary people. So it's a long way we have to go. A very long way we get on the boat. A very long, long way. Because people seek their interest. What they feel or what the things that they want to satisfy them. If they will pay thousands of millions of dollars just to satisfy them because they want certain people to certain area where they feel it's the interest because they know that they want to break through that system, so they want to put certain people somewhere. They will spend that money. The ordinary people will not benefit from it. So the people there, someone else years back, 10, 15 years ago, 10 years past, someone in the state, 10 in the US, trying to find a way how to get established there. The fighting all means how to get established. 9 years, 10 years, they haven't gotten any green light yet. The thing around there in the US is because the people home, if they were hearing everything back home were better, everything back home were balanced. These people, the people of Liberia Team are coming back home to help national government to invest into this country where you see investors coming. But because our people fail the system, those concession agreements sound they don't really go into those agreements in the interest of the citizen, of the ordinary people. People go into those agreements for the percentage and what they think going to benefit them. That's why the people go so greedy people will get greedy people. I said it. We have so greedy people. It's suffering this country. They are screwing this country. And that's the ordinary people really going through this thing. The ordinary people is really faced with this hardship because our people, our leaders tear them down. Voted for them with everything you think about, only to go to that place and seeking their own interests. No good the health system damaged, the education system damaged, security system the same thing. Everything it's just different from other country. So how would the people not try? People have to sneak. People have to make their way out to live to get a better life for their family. Let's get everything done in Liberia. Let's everything sit down, well balanced. Let's get good education. Let our people start traveling, going out of this country here, going to different countries because they want to get good treatment outside. They get all the necessary health equipment. What you think about into this country here? But we have people from nearby country coming Liberia. Let's balance it. Let's get it. Let's get a better electricity. Let's get it. Let's try to build more roads, open more roads, more corridors, where we have people coming in with businesses. Let's do it. Let's see how best we can transform and change the living condition of our people, where the works and stuff, the salaries, everything comes on time. You talk about $150, we increase the salary to $150. That's the biggest thing. Then you say you make news. What news is that? Is that news? 150 USD. They may pay rent. They may get his children. Everything. Come on. So if our people had it, things better and well organized and have a country with system where the leaders prioritize and seek the interests of the people. You have all the people running all around it outside this country. You will see it. You never. But our government fail these people. So for that reason, you have Liberians out there just, running around. Then when you cut the chicken head, they're from country to country. They know what they're looking for because why? The home where they're supposed to come and have peace. The home where they're supposed to come and get better life. The home where they're supposed to come to work and try to feed in the family. That home is broken. The leaders break everything away and seek their own personal interest and prefer relying of 45,000 to 60,000 United States dollar car. Prefer you ride it than that amount to spend it on a vehicle than to go into your home, the time there and see the kids sitting on the rock, they're sitting on block in school, long distance. They have to walk so now 2 hours before they get to the school. You're not even thinking about saying, let's get a district bus, let's get a school bus for them. You're not even thinking about it. But you use that amount of money and just get a single vehicle for you alone because you want to put 7 if you A and just sit to the back. Where you going? Sarcastic. Where you going? You just sit to the back, you put 7 in front of A. Where you going with? Our leaders, our people are hardest. And this something also. These people are the ones that suffering us. Our people are the ones that suffering us. This is why I see our people out there just running around in America. 1,500. And I know that more of these people were just maybe they were just able to get here to that number. The United States government were just able to get that number. But I know it is more than that number. Like how other country get almost 200,000 people into that place there. Other country get 3, 4, 5,000 people into that place. I know it is more than the number there. Why it is happening? The people feel our people. This is why you see the people out there, they just and they are running. If the system here were better, if the system here And every time after 6 years, the people always think that this person will be better, and they will show the hope everything beyond this person. At the end of it, they will turn them down. After every 6 years, the fees that this person here will be better. This is the rightful person. They will put everything beyond that person. At the end of it again, that person will tear them down. So everything that's happening in this country, Liberia, I tell people, our leaders are the one who's suffering us. People who went with stood in a very long queue, we voted them. They only go to the Capitol building to make folks among themselves. At the end of the day, they see them rushing to sign budget because they want the money to come quickly to share it among themselves. The budget they put past the content. Some people who have the whole feelings in the budget, they want the put past the content. What the impact is making on the people? What's the impact? What's the impact it's really making? You know what people are pushing to? You know what people are pushing to sign a budget for? You hire coon and people pushing to sign a budget. You know why? It's because they have almost 1 point some million United States dollars just for a budget hearing to share money. So you know what people are pushing it with policemen that were gone escorting executive people from the executive to go there to go sit. It's because they had an interest. They had a cut. They cut on that. They had a special thing. It was enough for your interest. It's not nothing there in your interest. Don't prioritize you. They don't do that. Think if this people should put some money there, improve the teachers' name. 150, 150 USA you get to somebody. And you no one is saying that, oh yeah, no, you can be a lawmaker. Yeah, no one is saying you cannot be a minister. How can a minister machine is taking close to 3,000 plus United States dollars? A government official, just his machine, that's the fee he needs on it. How can it be? How can it be? The man alone making 22 plus thousand United States. What document? What's so much he's signing? People are very wicked, my people. People are very wicked. This is why you see they fight every time they money itself because of the money that the fees are, the people money, they fight over it. What is happening there in the US is because of our people back home here. It's all the people you see in America there. This is why I say who don't want to live better life. People have to sneak, make their way, something a way to cross over, pass through Guinea, other side, and go through the desert, what's everything, but pass through Mexico, get a way through there to just so get the way through to to America just for better life because of the leaders back home. One man will rob 85,000 United States car when there is no drugs or good health equipment at JFK. They will sit there, they will see you, you go to the hospitals, and they will tell you to go outside and buy the drugs from there. The end of the country, they see it. They see the teachers or teacher making $150. A man leave his house. They are seeing the children's school building in Grand G there, in Nyenwolo G, the children sitting on the floor. Sitting on the floor. They wonder who be from Rewa G there and Myean and other countries that be now. These seeking they fighting to get some of the money for him and go back home and try to develop their country. And I think the schools and things they get, they when they sat down to RIG there with that man, they have all the money there. It was only because of their interest. They're going back home to see some of the buildings or what, this structure in the country there to see how better can get a good face life for the children back home. They even thinking about it. That the interest they prioritize to put them in the back pocket and give it to the small guys out there. That's what we want to have as our leaders. So the people have to fight it and seek and go out there looking for a good life because our leaders are wicked. The person just in private jet. Mr. President just in private jet. He flies so, he flies so, he flies so. The private jet in the complaint on hold down with the past administration. They come to the drum, they see private jet. Same thing. It's taking huge amount of money. This government taking huge amount of money to give it to the suspended or dismissed central bank manager only because you don't want that person to that seat. So we're paying off. You take 300,000 plus United States dollars. You will take 300,000 to 400,000 plus USD. Are you not thinking about your people? Are you not looking at the roads condition? Some of the feeder roads. Are you not looking at some of this makeshift our people in selling day and night to transform their life? Are you not trying to see how best you can empower them? But that money give the one man only because you don't want that man to that place there. You want to put your own person there, so you say we're paying off. We just to get that one man from there. The people we get, they will come again 2029. No, I don't know. We will need session until maybe God send the welfare person. You don't keep searching, my people. You don't keep pressing button, keep pressing. Don't keep pressing button. You don't keep pressing. Maybe the welfare person will come because these people, they particular money at daylight. We can depend on it. Those you put the America, you depend on the government for any help set or even whether we help you to that place. As well as like communication. For a minister want to go meet US embassy, all that, but they be data already. They pass already. To go meet for what? For your people to stay there or how to be in there back home? To come waste on the up when we are jobless already? Is that what you want? What you created, what you did, what a job, what a job you have created, the avenue to employ, to get young people on board to work. Where? Say we meet that people US embassy or US ambassador to meet secretary. The US secretary said, the US ambassador said, I'm going to meet the US secretary. He asked him now, say, send that photo of you, I see that me. I said, yeah, I'm going to meet him. Ask the ambassador says, my friend said, I'm going to meet that man. Not serious in the country. Our people here, our leaders are the one that's suffering. This, they're the one getting country like this. They are the one that lie us. The electricity system is poor. You see, your home will not go on a current for 8 hours. So it'll be maybe 5 or 6 hours. It used to go on the system used to go off for 5 to 6 hours. The solution to that problem that have been happening for the past years, you can find solution to it. You cannot find solution to it. The system is messed up. The people fail. Our people are very wicked. Our people are clear. Our people are leaders, no conscience. The one that can go get us a right, get a right. That the packaging now, you see them spending somewhere 2,000 somewhere. That means it's just over the money. That they all not all the money that they go spend it on you somewhere. They work for you to transform you and your family, to help your education, to help your health, to help your security, all these things. The road, to build more good roads, that when they're taking and put it somewhere else. We got more to go, folks. I'm still waiting on the team to join me. My team will shortly be joining me tonight on the show, closing argument here on Truth FM. So as I wait on the team of panelists, let's pick up a few calls. Let's just make it interactive quickly. What's on your mind? Share the platform with me. Yeah. Let's make it interactive. Call me on 077785961. Just go straight to your point, please. 077785961. 5961. The numbers to call. When you hear someone was talking today, I mean, the disappointment, is too much. To see people who you really trust. The one thing keep happening over and over. So we listen to someone talking today, it's just out of frustration that our people too wicked to us. Yeah, that's just the people putting in the lawmakers or who they. Let's say you call a go ahead.
So,
Yes, sir, go ahead. Go ahead, you're alive. Yeah, you're alive. Go ahead.
yeah, my name is Myean. I'm calling from Anga.
From Banga, let's say you.
Yeah, I'm monitor you, and what all you say and now is 100% true. When you speaking,
Mm.
you are the real loyalty to this country because you speak on the reality, day-to-day reality. Can you imagine? She just when we get to start united down the boat. She just
Mm.
where someone living with local in the rural area. You know they have you still got to work. You got speak taking away now there's a town in Bokali go to speak of beach
Mm-hmm.
in the rural area. It's around someone found that for the 5 minute drive there on the hill. The school building there is beyond repair. Do
You said which area is that?
I just know my
Okay.
I just don't want to public school. Do benches and all the program activity, all the tools and things.
Mm.
Can you imagine going to the point where houses man to be free? People pass there, history, educated officers visit the place. I will already make a pronouncement better time. So we spoke for me and now just to our plan. The
Okay.
rest of the generation after that go to school.
Okay, my brother.
That's the point. That's the point. No, I can't.
Let's just hold it. The next corner. Just be straight. Yes. 30 seconds enough. The line is basic. Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is James Tomo, right? From
Uh,
MPS community.
let's say, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you. What you are saying there, the first way to organize the system that they should make sure that the people should not know what the government is about. That is the first thing when they make the whole country that. The constitution, for me, like I always tell you, the constitution of Liberia, my article, my only article that I want to implement in this country is Article 6, that talks about the rule assigned to each individual for the social, economic, and political well-being of the state. So that for that reason, the government should make sure that the people be educated, they have access to education, and have access to social, economic empowerment so that they will play their role properly. But you see, the rule that is not to elect people, but they don't know how and why they are electing the people. So they will elect the wrong people at all times. Simple.
Okay.
The people, like the way you there now, I'm here, and other people, there will be people like us, with the owners, and there will be majority in this country. Nobody will elect the wrong person. Although we will not be in their heart, but we will really examine them and know, even if they are falling short, we know how to move them from there.
Yeah.
But you can't do that here because majority of the people don't even know the reason they are electing people. They just feel that you are electing a person so their family will get money. So for that, they don't even want to elect and know who is capable of helping them when they get to power. Because when you elect them that is wealthy, there's a lot of people who already in our community actually want to be rich. So they will elect somebody that is imported from somewhere. You don't do that, then they complain now the person is living here or the person is here. Because you don't want to elect somebody who is close to you, who share your problem. Who know that you are eating Gary and when you go to the table, they will tell you, I will kill for Gary. You will be electing somebody who can make beer and you don't know what to call beer. When you go there, they will have for beer and never donate to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for participating. 07778585961. 07778585961. Numbers to call tonight and be live on closing. I came in here on Truth FM. Shortly, my team of panelists will soon join me on the show. So we can have A long conversation up to midnight. The next caller your live. Let's say go ahead.
Yeah, how are you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I decided to follow the conversation.
Your back is too. Your back is a little bit noisy.
Okay, you all right now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is Jay calling from Africa.
No, you have to walk away from the monitor. Walk away from that really. I'm still getting the feedback.
Okay, okay now, eh?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the conversation I'm listening to is
Mm.
Liberia go straight so that we can make correction in the present. The leadership aspect of this country is because of lack of education. Our people are getting education, but there's a difference between.
Mm-hmm.
So our leaders keep us in poverty so that you will be indecision.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't got time during election processes. For this reason, we put people into office. They say lawmaker to empty the capital of the increasing our people. Lawmaker should probably be retired lawyers from the Supreme Court bench or councillors. But we keep people that rent one room that I will get paid to stay put in all the only after salary. I didn't think our country will transform. We are not ready. You see? So my brother, the thing is we ourselves will change our country. Our country will not be changed with the mindset of this country. Government being somewhere we go with money, government being free, we go with money, then we say we want Liberia to transform. How our country will change? See the school system in the capital city.
Mm-hmm.
See the schools around. Everywhere now opening school. The Minister of Education has a certain rule. There's a certain perimeter for each other going and opening your school. But today now go in those communities, schools are for us to us. Who is teaching your children? The people after it, how much is your school fee? When you say 2,000 out for a year, people will need to send their children there.
Okay.
When the first thing is a high school grad out or it's a honor a fun person, they will go there.
Okay.
Today now
Let,
we put the national event, people can't perform.
let's just wait that the line is missed. The next caller go ahead. Yes, sir. That noise. You can answer the. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are 100% right. May God bless you. Because our leaders, really, those who are leading us, they are not, they're just prioritizing themselves.
Mm.
Yeah, they're prioritizing themselves. Because if you look at all those leaders you are talking about, can you imagine? Yes, somebody working with their benefit. They're working with their benefit. So if all those money, their salaries, they take the boss to others to understanding, then that will be good. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling. Caller, go ahead. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello. 077-285961 numbers to call. Tonight participate in your closing argument. So that's it. So as I said, who would not want good thing? The people that go in the US there, or brothers and sisters there, you think we have everything well structured, put in place here? You think you have the numbers of people to that place? But when we have good life, better life, because yeah, they see ministers, lawmakers, and have the children there in our country going to school, but they're forgetting about their own education system back there. How to improve it? They think about it. They fly in and go to that place because they want to go to good treatment. They forgetting about the health system back here. They don't want to improve it. The best equipment, you think they're supposed to send to JFK, they're not going to get it out there. They live in it there. They go there, they treat them on it. For them to say they see equipment, how can we spend the 15 or 20,000 that one man pocket money there to move or speak on at the bottom of money that will be sharing your money? Say 15, 20,000. What benefit it will benefit like brand people? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. If you move up to move a speaker, to spend that amount of money, you're spending 15, 20,000. But the people going to benefit, nobody knows. Only because you want to have your interest to sit over somewhere, to sit there because you have that full control or the person to control your money. That's all. Executive fee, how they want their money, how to play with their budget, other stuff. You know, have the referee person there to control. That's just all. Let's say you go ahead, call your live. Hello? You're alive. Let's say go ahead.
Yeah, something well.
You're alive, Sansi.
Yeah, my brother, what you're saying is all true and we can see it. But what I have to say to the young people tonight is that it's not every time we will be learning a new lesson. We should have learned by now. To have learned long time ago. So this guy coming again. So if we don't learn from him, the next time when we get again, and all through our life will be regret. Will be regret. Why we have to put it there? Why we have to put the person there? See what going on? People saying now to make people saying want to do this. At the end of the day, the common people less than nothing. Anyway, my brother. So, what for us to do now? Now they will not come to us because the time for us to put them there, the time is not here.
Yeah.
And it's time for people like us to start to make our decision.
They put waiting for 2028. Yeah.
Then we will have the power at that time to choose what we want to put there.
Okay. All right. That's why there. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's just why there. Hello. Do you want to participate?
Yeah. So how you doing?
Yes, sir. You want to participate?
Of course.
Okay.
This is Pascal Davis.
Pascal, let's say go ahead.
Well, firstly, when I hear people say we are waiting for elections, I like, and so we heard this 2011.
So what do you want to wait for, Pascal? What do you want to wait for? Okay, go ahead.
We heard this 2017. We heard this 2023. People still tell us election coming. Election will come every day. When I say every day, there will be elections every electoral process, every electoral time. What we have to do is to wrestle. I knew, but and so you were here for the just and next festive season. Even though we're aware that Lord make us to grant 15,000, 25,000, we are aware. What did some of them do? They took those same money, purchased vehicle rice, and took it to the rural communities to share on with corporations. Citizens were standing in queue when the photos were being taken for a vehicle rice. You think it would be a very serious country after you have realized that people took money to do something that is illegal? That man supposed to even get the state to come back in your district to give you a vehicle rice? No, the politicians know exactly what we need. They know exactly what we want. Look, see the county meet, for example. We're supposed to play game at 4 o'clock and take off up to 8 o'clock. Where we'll have a cool evening. But because of the lack of lighting system, we're supposed to play game 1 o'clock now. Imagine the kind of society. Money that's supposed to be used for the internal purpose. We took that money simply because we want our interest. We want to get somebody up. I mean, so this is the society. Look, the West is the people who are supposed to make decisions, and the people themselves who are looking for property, they call it property on themselves. So if when the elections come, all you will do is to vote for the next group of people who will come in, you will say that well, the election coming. How many times have we not said election coming? We need to stand up. We need to rise up. Look, the law makers have got no pressure. Because they understand all that will do is to wait for that
so do you want the people to rise up district to district and engage the leaders at the Capitol building, Pascal?
It's not illegal. It's not unconstitutional. It's our right. Who told you? I mean, if people just want to speak illegally, who told you like break and rise up to call on our law? Because look, the procedures and processes are there. But they understand we are with us. The whole country is not serious. It must be not serious as a citizen. Azu, nobody knows that you get them safe here, right?
Yeah.
And they understand that after saying that you move them, what did they do? They will have to sue sufficient because you already made them understand that. You will want to make a decision after saying here. So you allow them to have their will. People go and steal. They took money, bruh. A lawmaker is on thief. And let this, I guess I told bruh. Imagine that people say, oh, you got the man that he said, no, even though we are aware that the legislature is a place of corruption. We have said that over and over and again. So then somebody came up crying to say, I took bruh. We took money, bruh, you know. That's when I say the man lie. Oh, the man can lie. Oh, the man lie. He said, no, bruh. You think that's serious country here? So, I mean, what we do, you have the few who was the man, but the majority of the people, you know, what we say majority have the decision. And we in minority, we have the sense, but how can we change the way they think? They're in majority. And that's the society.
Okay,
So
Pascal.
All we can do is to keep talking to our people and ask God for his own intervention. But it's sad for our country. Even those decisions we made, have made out of that, it's just sad. All we can do is to keep talking. That's what we do always.
Okay. Thank you, Pascal. Thank you so much. Caller, go ahead. Hello, caller.
Hello, Chico. Abu.
The Ansu.
Ansu, how are you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, Abu, the play what we find ourselves and the play what we have today.
Where we find ourselves? Where exactly we find ourselves now? Yeah, we're talking.
The play what we find ourselves. We were telling the people you are for good 12 years, they didn't do nothing. We must don't vote then, they don't want to vote then. And we vote then, that's the result now what we're feeling. So you have to pay. Hello?
Yeah.
Now, according from Pomika, the program what we're facing, even some of our people get paid. When the ambulance come, you don't pay $5,000, they will leave that same person and go.
How do you pay 5,000 for the ambulance, my man?
When the ambulance comes for the same person, you pay like 5,000. The ambulance will go by.
Which hospital? Which hospital the ambulance come from? When you place the call.
When you call to not in the rural area.
Yeah.
Then we in the village area. When the ambulance comes, when you get that money, the ambulance will go by. You can't give it to them before they kill and say for them.
They charge you 5,000. They charge you 5,000. Now what they charge you?
They charge you 5,000. 5,000 you will pay it. Care before they kill and say for them.
Wow.
They come on that people. You don't pay that money.
Not small people going through there. Listen to that story. Okay. Let's hold that. The next call on your live. Let's hear you go ahead.
Yeah, money for
Funny your life on closing argument.
Yeah, one thing confusing the whole what we hear. What is the meaning of people taking 16,000, 20,000? What is the meaning of that? I'm not very understanding. Because taking 50,000, and you tell me the budget here, the budget not going for. You see, because that's 16,000, what is it? How much salary there? What was it? Who is like you're not stretch politics. You're not stretch politics. Other people, they have money what they make it. Now, politics is not a nobody will see that one until that be signed. Because that's 20,000. 20,000 for one person. Because if you look at it, one person yes, look at money. How do you want to head? More is so much 16,000. More is so much 16,000. Tell me about 6 years. Or 9 years. That's more money. What? No, we're going to be here in the country.
We have to be sure. Guys, just to inform you, the guys in uh the guys just received the 45K again for vehicle. 45,000. Can you just imagine? 45,000. So 11 of you, when you receive the 45,000, maybe you can add another maybe 10,000 only to get it the type of car you want to use. That's the one thing that can really know, the one that can really help me. What type of vehicle that you single man want to use, that you will check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to 45 to 50, 60,000 to just get us just one. You are not just sit inside it. At your age, this time here, why you supposed to be looking for? Yeah, everybody knows. Yes, you are a lawmaker. You're representing us. You need a vehicle. Yeah, man. But at your age, at this time, why you should be getting a vehicle to take it to your farm, man? You see, protein we're taking 45 to 50, 60,000. Is that why she's taking to buy a vehicle? The guys are taking that amount of money. Where you going with it? At your age? You still want to use millions of dollars to get bulletproof car at your age. At your age, you should be thinking about getting a portable vehicle to be taken to your farm, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. But it's not affecting you people because your children, they're all in good school around the world. So for your office, that AC that blow you straight back to your home, that another AC. Early in the morning again, they see AC back to your home. AC, so you're not experiencing the hardship what people going through. What that woman is selling in the market to just get a red carpet in the morning, to get her child lunch. Some of the parents trying to go to school hungry. They come back before they just see their parents cooking food. That's what's happening. But you taking that amount of money. Are you taking help of empowering them? They give somebody put the money. They loan somebody out to them to say, we empower our people. How much will you give these people? You take the money, they put in debt you. Somebody now, they'll be in Monrovia until 2020, I think 2028. You see them before they start going out to the, in the bush now. Because the fees are put in the bush, now. So we just go to them at that time, take out 5,000, take out 10,000, give to them, so they can reinvest us. We'll come back again with steal. So he says, why you see the people in abroad, they put in the US? Because they put looking for a good life. That's why they put left one year. They were the left one to go to that place to get established. Now an easy thing. To get documents now a small thing. You think if your country were running, we're on the record path, you think if everything your system here organized, the people are going to be back there with you. Don't go be running out there, running around in this land, the whole. But because you spoil it as leaders, they see that you are greedy. You take all for you alone and put it into your pocket. We'll go to work only 2 times in a week, 2 days. Tuesday, Thursday. If we are to go for extra setting, we must get money for that extra setting. To do the laborator work, and they will call us, I can do extra setting, so we have so nothing to talk on extra setting. The Lord make them money for that thing. This is why they were all that thing about budget hearing this the budget, the part of pass the budget is because they wanted what they wanted, their interest, what the people wanted from there. So you could see your lawmakers there escorting gunmen there with people there from ministry because they wanted to pass that budget and get what they had attached to it and get the share quickly and share among themselves. They're laughing at us. And I kept that being the people be laughing at us. This is a money-making area, free money-making place. That's how they see it. They wait for you again. 2028, 2027, 2028, they start coming at your door. If you will start taking step ahead, if we will start taking step before 2027, 2028, 2029, the next one that will be coming 2028 or 2029 will know that some of our brothers, they were caught. Our people who voted in, No, look, you. I never Pascal said you have the right to do that. Why you suffering yourself? Don't you try and say, oh, they are different, man. Yeah, we're trying to do now. Yeah, different, man. Yeah, we're trying to do now. Just they keep saying, and you keep saying, yeah, different, trying to do now. Why you can do it? You can do it. So I tell people, I say, people you see out there doing in the US, they find it very difficult. People find it very difficult. They still find it hard to establish it, to get a people and other stuff there. Yeah, they put them out there to get better life. They went out there to get to seek better life. It's the reason why they went out. If you have everything to your home here settled, fine. The people who you call a lawmakers, they leave this country, they go to China, India, they go to the sea America. They're where they send their children. But they're thinking about your education system back here. That's that education minister down this they country they can't this where should have done or can't they tour to go around and see. See photos and other stuff when come from the villages and see the children sitting unblocked. Let's say Kola go ahead. Kola go ahead.
Hello. Yes.
That's a Kola.
You know, I listen a while and nobody is calling again, so I got to make my input again.
Yeah.
I called earlier. This is James Tumu, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So along the way there's a caller who was talking about a lawmaker supposed to be a lawyer, a retired justice, all those things. These are the problems that we are facing, right? Take for example, a district located somewhere way in that corner, some kind of Moware district, where the people are there, and only few of them are educated. You check the people who are educated, who are educated in their head. Some of them, they are medical doctors, they are not interested in politics. So, do they import people from somewhere else to represent them? The thing is not about how much you know. It's not about how much you have in your hand. It's about you know the people problem and you are going on the table to debate the issue so that you people get what you want. Simple. Lawmaker is not about the only thing that matters is the issue because they have some understanding. But it's not about how much you get. But then we are in the money water that what we want the person to be little educated, they don't know how to read and write. Yes. But minus that. It can be anybody. Once you know the problem that your people facing, you know what they want, that you are going to go to that table. So don't say something. When we say democracy, the thing is called pure democracy, like classroom, where the whole class and make decision on that. Yeah. But the country is big. All the people from all over can come. If you bring them, where will you put them? Not SAD. Not anywhere you can host them. So this district, setting a lot of people. And they say threshold, certain number of people should be formed, should be organized to a district, one person representing them. So they will go and sit down and debate the issue. But these people who are from the corner, what they are interested, you from them representing you interest on the table. It's not about how much you get there, it's not about how much you have. Whether you are retired from where, or you get money, or you get horse. Even if you don't have horse, but the fact that you know the people problem and you have the heart to represent them, that is not people. But some people take it into you have to have money. But speaking, the more money somebody has, the more dangerous they become. Money, you will be spending your money. You will see million, possible billion for your money. So that at least you will not spoil it.
Yeah.
One reason why today we are still crying in the late president Samuel Doe's name that you are doing well. That man will not open you anything. So if you look around, what you wanted to just get zero thing in your pocket, you know, if you get it, the rest is going for the people. But you see the people that follow him, they were open doors. They know when millions supposed to go, they have created spaces for millions and billions. Where is it going to go? When information hit, the other day they said our April Fool, where one president took $2 billion somewhere out of our country, and they said our April Fool. Can you imagine? Because they have created spaces for millions and billions of dollars. When you put it on, they will take it there. Why don't you look at your people who understand your situation? Who are you there? You just feel that you don't want me to rich, so you the rich person who will likely associated with you. I know some districts, the people in the rural area, the people who they elected, they're not from that place. They don't even know the place. Nobody knows But because they came from this place, they gap with little money in the hand, they force themselves there and they were elected there. And they are there. Then you one more in beyond them. They don't want to do this.
Okay. Thank you so much for calling 0777 285 961. For those of you try calling again, 0777 285 961. We get the signal now from our panelists. See that Tomalin is on. See Tomalin George is already on. So let's see. Can we pick up this caller? Where caller, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Me, Manny Jerry, I'm calling from bombing.
For bombing?
Yeah.
Let's say Jerry, go ahead.
Okay. What the other caller asked, what is taking the $15 for what is reaching?
The 50K.
To steal. That is reaching the stealing. And every time they steal.
And they put working, they see the stealing again. They put working for that money. Oh.
They're not working for it. That free money they're taking over there. Then we now my daughter in down there. You was go to school. Every day she cry me from the same region. What I taking me for the same?
What exactly are you do? What you work, my man?
Yeah?
Yeah. What you doing? What do you work?
We are working for Mando. You can't get nothing, no pay, no. You can't pay on time. Yes. That's more crime when you work. Even the work that you now you handle like the 60 or 50, 40, $20.
You said what? You said what's that company name again?
Mando. What time that we were control the game to Mando?
Okay.
Take your microphone, can you one day you know, say what I saying that true. Even in the employee with the contractor and the employee the crime more than us. Nothing good doing.
Okay.
Then, why I would say, you see the country from Togo to Do, Charles Elling, all the way to Guar. All the old people when he die, the country will not go nowhere. When he die, when I kill the people.
No, man, no, we'll get to the people, man. Hello, caller. Yes, sir.
My name is Aaron.
Let's see you, brother.
Thank you for a topic discussion. You know, those that will call lawmakers in the people like you, they are not lawmakers. They are serious court actors. They are criminals. You know, they are wearing shit clothes. Because those guys, you will vote at the end of the day, they lie to you because they are a direct representation of the people. Like the district representative, the so-called representatives. The man, the representatives, 2011, they would not pay the schools, pay the hospital, and tomorrow will leave power. Without hospital being for the district, why would be a legacy in the district for the people that you're representing?
But you will not care. But the man believe that you will not care the building. The building remain in the district. And also,
for himself, for his generation, for his family, not for the district. So what you are looking at your generation are coming tomorrow, live for like you're pointing you out, or our father was living, or our father was serving. This is what he did for the
so district. Which part of the district says you calling from?
I'm calling from Rehab.
For rehab. So that's no. Tell us about some of maybe the development, the impact from the lawmaker there. My man, Enos can go. Enos can move around that district though. Maybe we should aside, but I make him move around though. Wow, we lost that caller. Let's see. I don't know. Guys, can we put somebody on? Yeah. Okay. So let's bring on Chief Sitamani George. Folks, so they just hold the call that small. The guys are getting so interesting. Welcome, Chief. Welcome.
Also, yes. How's everything going, man?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Good, Tamani. Good to be here.
Yeah, let me first announce. We should have the fire chief tonight, but because of the incident that happened in Washington D.C. yesterday, where American Airlines passenger jet crash collided with American military chopper. and the chief of fire service in Fairfax, Virginia, and it's close to this to what happened now. So he communicated with us this morning to say that due to that incident, they were all pulled there, so he could not he won't be here, which is it makes a lot of sense. That's a national tragedy. And at about 9 o'clock last night, an American Airlines passenger jet en route from Kansas, the state of Kansas, collided with a military helicopter, and as we're about to get to the land, and the debris landed in the Potomac River. And imagine ice, cold. I mean, the weather wasn't bad, but the water with the river was icy. And up to before I came on the show, 67 persons have been confirmed dead. I think they have recovered 28 bodies. The recovery efforts are still on. They're still trying to recover the rest of the bodies from the Potomac River. Our condolences and thoughts with the families of those who perished in that incident. Since 23 years, the first time having such a tragedy in American soil. So it's taking the attention of the president. President Trump spoke about it this morning. The Transport Secretary Sean Duffy and all those authorities involved been speaking about it. And it's a sad day in America, very sad day. I know our team, the skating team, they were on their way from some skating competition, and they all perished. And 3 persons was in the military chopper. The rest of the people they were in there. I think 60 passengers with full crew members on American Airlines. I mean, the 2 pilots and the air attendants, I think, and everybody perished there. I mean, no survivors. So that's just very sad. And America is mourning the loss of these people, and it's a sad day. And just imagine yourself in a plane about to land. You all excited about to land. Your family waiting for you at the airport, coming to pick you up. Wanted to see. I mean, they show live. The mid-air that coalition happened, and everybody saw it, and people are just in tears about it, and it's sad, very sad day, and no one wants to experience such a thing. So, but that's life, and we just want to send our thoughts and prayers to all the family members, all those affected by this disaster, this tragedy, and all we can do just pray. And investigation is on the way, and to find out what the cause of it. Then do our persona and take it to a different level. He said, the guy said, Trump said, I mean, it's not funny, but just think Trump can see and people laugh. He said a psychiatric problem the air controller had. That's how caused the crash. Psychiatric, we say, because they have people there that have problem, and they're the one who were controlling giving the control to the pilot. And with all no evidence, but you already said it. But that's Trump for you. Chris, welcome. And yeah, so that's what happened right now. America is in mourning, in the period of mourning, but it's a sad day for America. And watching TV just now, I saw taking the bodies from the Potomac River, and it's so sad. It's so sad. It's sad.
Yeah, Tomalin, thank you. It's nice to be here. How you doing, Ansu?
My Gregs always appear young every time. Oh
Lord.
Yes. I saw my Gregs. I didn't make it. I said, the name. Welcome.
No man, they look as the age behind it, my dear. Where Tomalin?
I know, right? But that's quite a compliment, because indeed, Grace, you look very good. There's no joke about that. You're a beautiful woman. And
thank you.
It's not. I mean, you are beautiful. I mean, it's not no. Yeah, it's a fact.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, yeah, it's good to be here. I'm so happy on TCA tonight, and I agree with Tomalin. It's very sad, and it's worrisome. Tomalin, we who travel a lot, for planes to start,
crashing in the air and stuff like that because of just not very serious problem, just because somebody make a simple mistake, in the direction, and the plane collided, and not everybody, but people died in that plane, and they were loved ones of others. They were mothers. Those people were people's husbands. They were fathers, and it's so sad to hear the president, the way sometimes he comes up to say things. Sometimes it happens with the age too. The man is old. When you bring old leaders in power, that's what happened. Old people, just like children, they just say the first thing that comes out of them, but they don't care who feel what and who, they don't care. So, but it's painful to see, and it's very worrisome. And we hope that the aviation take control, because people were saying that they was predicting on the news that a lot of this will be happening for some reason, because of the way the rhetorics and the different narratives and all the things that are happening within the new leadership now. So we are just praying that America is a great country anyway, the greatest country in the world, and we know that they will get their stuff together. Things will be okay. But we just want to also say that plane crashes happen all the time. And the funny thing is that the safest means of transportation is through flying for some reason. But then once in a while, you will see these things happen. So may the people's souls, those people who lost their lives, may their souls rest in peace. And our deepest condolences to the families that lost their loved ones. It's so sad. But it's nice to be here. If you're on, welcome to Closing Argument. Share the podcast. Y'all please share the show, my people. Y'all share it to the different.
Yes,
so
please share the show. Share the show.
Yeah, so that people, y'all help your friend to come watch, sound minds and intelligent conversation and communication, so we all can help Liberia together. Although we'll be here, sometimes they will insult us with something that piss you off. But at the end of the day, we all are gearing towards the betterment of Liberia. You may see it differently. I may see it differently. We disagree, but we don't have to be disrespectful. Thank you.
Yes, that's good. Before we get to the show, let me recognize Sarah Dupo. Sarah at work. Sarah not at work. She'll be with us today. Sarah, she's at work. Sarah Dupo, Otis Barclay, Alexander Boniface, Emmanuel, my auntie Elizabeth Bowen. Says Liz, I call you on Saturday. I was in Maryland. I wanted to come to Caroline's birthday. But when I call you, pick your phone. I said, well, and when I put the address in the GPS, because I was running late. Well, it was almost 52 minutes from where I was. So I said, I'm going to drive with the thing finished if I get it. Let me call and say Liz. But then when you didn't pick her, I said, let me just go home. Yeah. So that what happened. Though. I was in the area. And Elijah K. Colley, say Gongano. I like this guy there. Say Joma Jala. These are guys who they are strong supporters of the rescue government, of President Baga and the government. But the one thing I give them credit, they didn't care. They would come and make their case. They would attack anybody that talked against the rescue government or Baga. They would defend. So, but they here still, and that's how the discourse should be. It's all about people respecting everyone's views. Don't take it personal. If someone that come, just don't do insult that. Oh, I don't believe in insult part, but don't get people take it personal. But you can be critical. That's why I see Abu comes here. The barrage attacks on Abu. But I tell them, you expect for Abu to come here and be talking about to be defending against the government that got him moving far. You will not do it. You defend his side. So that's it.
But you don't think that you should be defending Liberia instead of defending a government or a party?
The mentor he said he's a land to the UP, and so that's what he believe in. So he make it clear. He said, I'm a UP person. So he come here, and the man boss is watching him too. The man see the son of the VP watching him, but he said, and they'll say, Abu, you're doing a good job. But that's how it should be, But again, like I said, other people will come and give it and defend their cause, got patients here, man. Every day in DMV. You should follow it. Right in DMV all the time.
Everybody should come here and defend Liberia. That's what we should be doing.
I
They
agree.
not defending a cause.
Honestly,
defending Liberia.
that's what that man
Wrong
believes.
is wrong. When we see wrong, we have to call it out. So
I
even
agree
if
with
your
you.
government in power and something wrong, you have to say it.
I
That's
say,
what we want.
on closing argument, I make it clear. I'm for nobody. I'm for Liberia. I'm an independent free thinker here. When election time come, we decide where we want to go.
Exactly.
I want to happen in America. Yeah, America. When election time come, what can happen? Here at the end, leave Europe, Washington Post, all about entire endorsing candidate of their choice, and what they can do. They will tell you the fact, but when the time to make endorsement, so that it should be. You can't kind of make your platform and make it one sided, and people will not respect it. Yeah, but
so you come here, you defend Liberia, and we speaking now on the government that's in power. That government in power is everybody government. So if they're wrong, we say they're wrong. If they're right, we say they're right. In the meantime, until Tomalin said 2028, 2020, maybe 2027, when our people then announce, then we come here and whosoever we think that will take the country to the next level, we start to support that person in our different minds. The person that we think. That's how it's supposed to be. But you already come here, then you start defending all your political leaders. Then who will defend Liberia now? How will make Liberia better? Yeah, look at the president went to Tanzania to go ask the president, say, what energy will do for your country? The public are reading for people. Really? Energy will make all the people then get laid. Yeah, they will get laid in the country. The customer then will be working. People will get jobs. People or nightclub then will go on. Say it in simple way. You want to speak Loma, you speak Loma or Hikisi. Speak it. That's the money you interpret it, but you just there reading it around, bouncing all over the place. It takes away from our country like that. You see, and when you people come here, we don't want you to defend this kind of thing. You have to sit there and say, you know what? Yeah, the president and my president, but he was supposed to make sure he able to explain these kind of things to the people so they can know what like we're looking for. How our country left wars and nothing woo. They still fighting for electricity. While all the countries around there got 24/7 like going on. So that's one of the things we're talking. So when you come to defend here, defend Liberia instead of you defending a party. That won't be wrong, and we all disagree, but you still can say the president will do better next time. That's what we're saying.
Exactly. But Grace, first thing I want to talk about that have come to our people have been bringing my attention is that let's talk a little bit about Liberians that are scheduled to be deported. I saw the list last night, and I really felt bad because
that's a real list.
Yeah, what I noticed is that these are young people. Most of the people that have been deported on our first, the 110 people the first people that are scheduled, very young people. Most of them were born in some of them, in the 80s and the 88. I think the oldest in the 88, I think. It's in year I graduated from high school, imagine. Yeah, so in it is 88, and then some of them 1990s, and most of them came around 2015, 2013, and recently. And
Only graduated 88, you old.
Oh man, I graduated young now. Come on, graduated young. I should graduate 87 though, but I should graduate 87. But then when we moved, I had to start over, so I didn't. Yeah, but I should graduate 87.
You did 88.
Yeah, 88. Yeah, but I should graduate 87. I entered college 89. By the time I entered, that was when the war came. I imagine I just working to the insurance company on Front Street. Yeah, remember? Yeah. And then in the afternoon, in the evening, I go to school, Zion Community College, then come down there. We're there, yeah. And then that way I got to know most of my friends then after that. Some of them in government. So most of the person know most of the people in government to that people I went to school with. So yeah, so that one happened.
You gotta put respect to Tomalin, you answer. You need to put respect to Tomalin.
Yeah, so she's a Tomalin. Yeah. I can't ballot be my candidate today. I gotta carry your ballot. Carry your ballot. As if Vandera Party say, it'll be my Gibby, he will war. He'll do the one. I mean,
you say you're gonna war naked?
Yeah.
He say, my friend. He said, I'm gonna war naked.
Yeah.
For in the stadium, straight to the gate. I don't know, something like that. But nobody saw the picture of the video of him walking the gate. So we're waiting for it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the kind of meeting they bring, but that's not bad. But again, I was saying, Grace, and the Liberians that were the names on that list. It's sad though. These are young people in their early 30s, and they are the one who about to be sent home and to a country that is not even prepared for them. But again, like that they don't can say Liberia is the only country you cannot be deported from, and there's no place like home, you know, home sweet home. But you want to go back home after you come to the land of opportunities and great blessings there. You come here, you want to go back home with something at least prepared for the society. You want to go back at your own choosing. You know, you go home at your own choosing, your own time. You won't go home when you're not ready to go. You know, and I've been into that system before and know how it works. And deportation, that's something that you want to take for granted and play with. It has psychological impact on you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a serious thing, especially when you're not prepared for it. You know, you imagine you go home, you know what happening, but you just go home now, and then everything is that way. It's sad though, and so I don't know.
It's sad, Tomalin. I understand where you're coming from. It is very sad in this situation, and we are. But for me, I'm not. I don't say press for stuff like that because those things, it says that faith will all work is dead. It's in the Bible. So my prayers means nothing at this point in time. These people were supposed to do the work. So if you don't do the work, then you get yourself in this kind of situation. I know people will say, oh, no, sometimes they say, now look, when you come to this country, it's a great land of opportunity. My mom used to say, when she used to come here, when she go back to Liberia, she used to tell America is the land of milk and honey. You know, you can make your own decision here to what you want your life to be. And you can be strong and you can do it. Some of us came from a long road. When we tell you some of the things that we had to pass through to make it in this country, it's a lot. So when you come here, you're in that kind of condition, you have to be able to apply yourself. Prepare yourself that the preparedness that brings people refuse to do. That's why our country like that. People not really prepared, they put it in position. Then they start to learn, struggle, they don't know what to do. You know, and then the country become messed up in that particular department they're working because they don't know what to do. They bring all the whole bunch of family members. I'm not drifting, but that's the reason why. You come to this country, you came here since 19 something. You already stay here for like 15 years. How in the world yet you have not pushed to get your document? And I can say that, you know why I can say that? Because I did it for my brother. My brother came to this country. He couldn't get his paperwork. You know, he went to one place, he married. They took the time for him to get the paperwork. The woman get there. Tear all the paper. He start all over again. And I look at the whole thing and say, you know what? Let's sit down and decide what we want to do. We sat down, we decided to write a letter. We wrote the letter, we sent it, everything. He got his green card today. You have to make sure that you put yourself in a place where that, you know what? I would not just live in this thing like we Liberians day or just for today. I have to think about my future 10 years from now. Who do I want to become? What do I want to accomplish? And all those things. So when you come to this country, you do that. I know people will say, oh, no, you know, this and that. There is no excuse for this. Now, the people who just came here maybe 5 years ago, I understand. I would say, okay, they never had enough time because some of their people were in the process. But when you've been here almost 20 years and your people are still not being fixed, there's something wrong with you. You could easily just marry somebody, get your paper, or you could just apply to your job. They have different means. Until you can give yourself the information, what means that you want to go through, there's all kind of means here to get people. But most of the time, like America, you just know to get married, then you will get people. It's not all the means. My brother did not have to get married. He got married 2 times, and none of the women want to get in the paper. All of the Busca, we just wrote a simple letter. That because of the letter that getting a green card today. So you have to put yourself in the places where you know that you will get that information. Most time, even on Facebook, yeah, they don't even want to watch good things that people teaching. Everybody just running after drama. You go to drama, and they get 40,000 people watching, people cussing one another. But they got some people on Facebook here, so like, giving real good, vital information for them to learn, to better their lives, for jobs, for healthcare. They would never go there to watch it, to listen. So for me, I feel no sorry for nobody. I'm not putting my prayer out there for nobody. I'm not, because I feel that you did not do your due diligence. And you were here 10 years to 15 years and you haven't gotten people yet, then I mean, that is on you. It's on you.
About Grace, I will say this though. Everybody's situation is different though. And some people, don't forget now, some people 1986, when President Reagan granted the amnesty for those who were undocumented, people took advantage of it. Some people were afraid to go, and they felt that, just now, for instance, right now, tomorrow Trump come and say, all those who are undocumented, come forward. I will grant you amnesty. Do you think tomorrow people will come outside right now? They say, the first people will say, what? that man, that's a trap. I come here.
But then you get a lawyer.
Now, he was the first people will say that's a trap. That's a trap. And Trump, how can Trump say he won't get amnesty to people? And then we said, no, we're not taking that chance. They will say, and you go first. And that what happened, apparently I was told that what happened in 1986 with Reagan, President Reagan. And some people didn't take advantage of it. They didn't go all over, And so, because of that, some people never got the papers. Then also, during the Liberian crisis too, those that came here earlier were on TPS. Late President George Bush, Herbert Walker, his father, he gave Liberians, put Liberia on TPS. Clinton continued with it. Obama, Clinton, then Obama, and then George Bush, and then Obama, and so forth. Trump was he tried. He gave them some reprieve, but at the time they were trying to do the Comprehensive Immigration Reform Act. It almost went through under Bush, but it was short about 5 votes at the time. Remember, they needed a threshold of 60 votes. So, but then when Bush put it on the floor, when he submitted to Congress pushed it. Some Republicans also supported it too, but it was short 5 votes. That what caused that bill not to go through, because the American immigration system is Trump. The way he's doing it, they will not fix it. It needs to be thoroughly fixed with honesty and be real and through a bipartisan approach. If they can do that, I'm sure people will come from all of this. People will be better. But right now, I've been watching a lot of videos and real videos. Or they were going to work this morning, I think, and they had undercover cop. Apparently, somebody get in, tip her, they pull her over, and handcuff her, took her away. Imagine a lady. I hear somebody on the video saying she's been here for almost 10 years, 15 years. No problem. Look how you taking her now and carry her. Okay, carry her away. Handcuff her. Her car. Somebody got in her car and took and drove it. The ICE guy. And that's what you see happen in the next couple of years. And the man is determined to deport. But you got more than 10 million undocumented immigrants in this country. And everybody's afraid now. People driving, they're afraid, especially those who know how hard it's standing. But so great some of the people, they fell short. They didn't make it. Then someone in the asylum was denied and they were put on withholding and so forth. So we have compassion on them, Some of them were not deliberate.
I understand, Tomalin. Some of them, they fell short. And the thing is that's why when you fall short, you have to try again. You have to try again and again and again. So we understand, their fall short, but at the same time, you cannot just sit down in a country like America and just decide that you will just always just don't go to push when it comes to your document, because documentation is very important in this country. That one of the things that are very, very important, that if you don't have document, then you can't make it to live here in peace, because this is the time now that anything can happen. So there was a program that one of these Democratic representatives, I think there was Sam Pewee, maybe he will be able to authenticate it for me. But there was this program that Donald Trump, when he was president, because they have quid pro quo or something, and they wanted he wanted something for the Democrats to sign, and then they say, okay, for us to sign this, you have to give us this leverage for immigration, especially for Liberians to get a document. People that came here ever since to, I think, 1990 or something like that, 2005 or something like that. They were all able to go and apply.
From 2004, from the Ebola crisis.
Thank you.
Yes.
From 2004, from the Ebola crisis.
Sorry, 2014. 2014.
Okay, 2014 down, right?
Yeah.
From 2014 down.
Because before you continue, it was Barack Obama getting a temporary protected status. Yeah. It was in the who worked until Trump came in. But you're correct. Trump needed certain things to be done, and the Democrats knew that. So Trump signed a leeway to them. So those that were in the country, they needed to just pay $860 to go through the process. $860, and close to, I think, 9,000 Liberians who have benefited from that. I don't know, but according to the records, less than 3,000 went through. I don't know for what reason.
Thank you. That's why the point I'm going to make. Less than 3,000 went through. I remember clearly that Winfred Rossability, he was on this Facebook calling people like Liberians. You go and file in for your paperwork. When I make her on to call Liberians to go file for that paperwork to get that opportunity, don't you know how much police will be watching? 5 people, sometimes 10, sometimes 15. Go on the gas station where they're just talking about somebody on they will be there. So most of them never even knew that they had that opportunity. Plenty of them who knew, they came to people like us who were helped them in the process we did. But how is it that the people were granting 9,000 plus Liberians to get their citizenship, their green card, and only 3,000 people were fortunate because they applied. When they went to go look in the poll database, a majority of the Liberians who needed this did not apply. And these same Liberians that they formerly voted for Trump, they never knew this was coming when Trump was telling them, they say you will not mess with immigration, and they went and voted for him. So that Tomalin, so that's what I stand, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, so like again, few welcome, I will welcome again, but I understand. But for me personally, you see, one of the reasons why I used to like President George Bush, George W. Bush, my own Republican guy. He was a compassionate,
my favorite president.
compassionate conservative. George Bush, his goal was to push that comprehensive immigration reform. He tried his best, and it was short 5 votes, but he was a compassionate conservative, And I really trust me, if Bush are away by this time, all that undocumented stuff will be away, But so that's the problem. And so. But again, I just pray and hope that I see to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through our embassy, our friend Al Jerome, he's the press attaché there. I see him put out a release today saying that they are trying to seek the intervention, the meeting between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and our foreign minister. For me, I'll tell you, it's hard to meet. Right now, look, I'll give an example today, right? Today, during the press conference Trump had at the White House about the fire, about the plane crash, a lady asking about, she said, right now there's a war raging between Rwanda and the DRC. And what we are government do? Trump said, yeah, it's serious. But that question, what are you asking here for? He said, I'm saying serious, but we asking that kind of question here for. And you are feeling her. He's the next person. And it shows you that look, about Africa, apparently you hear about Africa Trump and say, I don't hear about that continent. Because I watch the thing and say, they weren't talking about war in Rwanda and DRC. He said, yeah, I understand it's serious, but we asking that kind of question here for. And he was done with that thing. And he moved to the next.
What we gotta do it?
Yeah. So, in other words, Grace, look, and America is on Trump. The whole thing about the foreign policy and so forth. Got to understand, it will be a different ball game. It won't be like before, and we should take it serious. And not so when the embassy says that they're trying to reach a meeting between the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Marco Rubio, don't make that people feel good. With President Baka, it's not possible right now. Marco Rubio is taking right now. I think his first visit, I think he'll be making in the Middle East, but he's waiting for Prime Minister Netanyahu coming to Washington next week. So after that meeting, he'll be going straight in the Middle East. Right now, the special envoy of Trump is already in the Middle East right now. So Africa not on the people agenda. Okay?
Especially for the Republican government, Africa never really
on the agenda. So right now, I don't see what the way. And mind you, we talk about sanctions, right? And sanctions that will come will be from within the middle level era. That like the State Department people don't do their own stuff there, the embassy. It won't be some to the level of the White House putting about sanction business. So I'm sorry, they will sanction you. They will do their stuff, but it will be at the level of the African Dex thing that will do that stuff. So they shouldn't feel that they will forget about it. Look, once you get embassy in Liberia, they know they will monitor you. But that's the reality, But again, like I said, I pray for those who, I mean, I wish them the best. I pray for the families. I know some of them are begging, some of them are regretting right now, but that's the reality. So we just gotta see what happens.
But there was that. Let me tell you how serious this thing is. There was this guy, and his wife was in the process of getting her green card. Everything is in process. She was just waiting for the interview. This man is a very strong Trump supporter. He supported Trump. He was dancing the street for him. He was sitting out to his house. The project came like they doing to his wife outside. Plus, the 1 or 2 people who were there illegally, and deported them. They've been deported already. So he was saying his wife paperwork was in process. She had her receipt to go to an interview. They did not mind. They took her and deported her. So this is very, very, very serious. I'm just so sorry that most of our people don't really pay attention to these things seriously. And when you're living in such a country, you have to make sure that everything you have or you own and the things that you're doing is supposed to be really legit when it comes to your documentation. Because in America, they don't play with that. Even certain jobs you can have. If you don't have maybe citizenship or if you don't have green card, there are certain positions you can work in. Even if you have employment visa, they will not take you in those positions. So when you come here, that the first focus, you have to focus on your immigration status. And we hope our people could take this thing seriously. We maybe Trump something will click in his brain and maybe he will change it. But Trump that we know he will not change nothing.
Yeah, before I bring Abu and Pewee in, what Lofa is talking about, I agree. Grace alluded to it earlier. Sometimes when I'm about to go to bed, I just browse the Facebook. I click on some of these shows then. I see thousands of people watching these shows then that are talking nothing but in gossip, talking all kind of crap, trash. I said, and there's one to get me collecting money. I said, So I mean, over and when you talk about important things, you'll find maybe 10%, 12% watching it. But when talking about the count of G's, talking about who belongs to the person, who and the person seeing who doing the one, who do not want. Like somebody making fun the other day. Somebody said, "Is it talking of power?" Don't like brain people. I can say they get again. Me being clear.
She wants him to.
I have no problem with those who involved in how do you call it thing?
Homosexuality.
No, yeah, those who got who the LBGT.
Okay.
I have a problem with you. I don't have no problem with you. It's your life, okay? But somebody say to money, they are sending chunk in the power. All they put in there, you don't see them talking about your internet again. Send chunk say America that want that man and woman now. So and all they put that is if you got it, someone in the find them or go after them. So they're not joking. So
and one of the things I wanted to stress again. This is the reason why we were telling them to vote Winfred Russell into power, whatsoever position he was running in Minnesota. Because when your people in those positions, things like this, they will be able to push their agenda to help 1 or 2 people who got their cases in process for interview. So if Winfred Russell was at the table that we told you to put him up, then Winfred Russell got all the information, people who just supposed to be waiting for interview. Because people who waiting for interview, they keep putting them. So he was going to be able to fight that because he's in that capacity. But because of the hate Liberians have for one another, they sat there and never voted that man into power. They went and let another. So there will be nobody there on the table fighting for you. There will be nobody. He sat on this platform again. This man was talking day and night about the paperwork where people were just saying about from 2014. The man was giving information. I said, when you go there sometime, 15 people watching. Go to the gas play. 1,000 people watching and they're donating cash app and they're sending stars at the same time. So, tomorrow you gotta move on, man. They got something.
I bring people in. Let me congratulate the Lions of Lofa Julius. I salute the Lions of Lofa. Congratulations for defeating my county of birth, the county that I was born and raised, where I grew up, Margibi County. You defeated us today, but I tell Margibi, I congratulate you guys for a strong fight. They couldn't have beat us on the soccer field. They beat us in post-match penalty kick. So that shows that you guys are on top of your game. But that's football. Somebody had to win in a 5 penalty shootout. And I know Margibi, I saw the captain crying because one guy they call We Are, one business guy, promised them $20,000 they go to the final and win. And all that thing helping the guys. And he gave them $50 first, each person, to encourage them. And then Pewee then decided to beat us in penalties. But I salute you guys. We are gracious in defeat. We're not going to argue about that. But Pewee, congratulations to Lofa County.
Yeah, thank you. I think the Lofians were not really aggressive today. They were tactically prepared to engage in this process. But historically, we've not been very good with the county meet. We've been going to successive final, but I don't think in terms of the history we clinched.
Lofa going to final now?
Yeah, we qualified for the final.
Grangia going to final too?
Yes, the grand final going to be on Sunday. We're going to be locking home with Grangia.
Oh.
This is the Lofa second successive final. We went to the final last year also, and we were defeated last year in the final, but this time around.
By who? You were defeated by who?
I think it was Grand Crew.
And you see?
I think Grand Crew.
You see what I
Grand Crew.
You see, look how we there. Yeah, any person that get in place, and the person that counted again, that we are.
Liberia Team be all right.
Yeah, we were cheap. But Tomalin, you say who care about it?
We were G. So
I saw you.
Who told you that?
You love her, man?
I love her, man. You didn't see the post, who?
Oh, I see the post.
So the basic process that Lofa been putting on a very good team, but the finishing process where we can really struggle to. Man, I'm talking, man.
Sorry, Chief. Let me send it to mine.
Yeah. The only basic process is that. But yes, trust me, we're going to roll out all the resources. Lofa we got power base in the resources. We'll raise the money to beat Grangia come Sunday. On a serious note, I think sometimes we in this country you just have to. But Trump, all the things that Mr. Trump is doing, he did commit that to the people of America during the electoral process. Trump said clearly that he was going to push to make America great. And again, that's the true sense of politicians. In the West, when politicians commit to doing something, they can move to do it. He said you're going to do this thing, and the people voted him on the basis of what he promised. So that's what he's doing. So the only thing we have to do is that to call on our fellow compatriots, particularly Africans, Liberians that are here, to take advantage of the right thing, work within the confines of the law, and just do the right thing and hope that you stay out of trouble. If you find yourself in the kind of condition now, the best thing to do is to just push to stay out of trouble and just move to the system. But again, that's the normal process that the president is doing. And he committed to not pay more attention. That's one of the reasons why he even pulled the WHO US out of the WHO. Mm-hmm. So a lot of things going to start to happen. His focus is to do those things. I think may subside, but basically around the end of the year. And if the economy, they need more issue to be done on a bipartisan approach, and he will need a Democrat support, then sometime the Democrat will start using some of these things to negotiate again to have most of these things done. But they need an approach to solve this whole issue about immigration in this country. Again, immigration do play a very major role into the forward march of this country. So there will be a time if this thing progress that will start to have some ripple effect on the economy. I think they will have a second thought to start to have some negotiation process. So let's wait and see what's going to happen. But again, this is America. This is the world's most powerful society. If you find yourself here, you have to be strategic too, because it's as one elderly woman I met in illiterate. She can normally say it, but she's been here for almost 40 years. She said to me, "This is the major freeway. This is a country. If you want to run past somebody, you can run past them. Do that, but you have to do it in the way and manner. You don't have to be educated according to her to be successful here." And she's very successful back home in terms of things she's done back home and all those things. So you're going to be very strategic and steadfast in terms of what you want to do. So basically, Tomalin, that's it. We're ready for that. But again, I don't see, and the issue about your man role in Africa, Biden himself didn't have Barry last trip to Africa was his last 2 weeks, I think, in power when he went to Colombia and Angola and the rest of that. So the Democrat had more approaching to doing other development and other major thing in Africa. But again, that we see. Marco Rubio said he's going to review most of the State Department support to USA and other international organs of the national organ of the US to see how they can do that process. But again, it's unfortunate. I would have hoped that many people would have taken advantage of what he did. And Trump can be a good man. He's a good man sometimes, right? So he can just be a tough person. Right? He did that when he extended that thing before he left. Some took advantage of it. Some didn't go through and other things. So, but again, that's the process. They just have to hope. And now, what I would advise to them now is to begin the process about engaging lawyers, looking for immigration lawyers that will engage and try to set your problem to them. If you have anything you feel the best way to do, and for now you stay out of trouble and do the best thing you can do so that you'll be good. But yeah, the list you said, but tell me where that list coming from quickly. You say there's a list. How did you confirm that list? That list coming from ICE or where it's coming from?
That list is from ICE.
The list in the chat room, but it's just so vague. I mean,
that's my whole concern there.
But you who just put on the address, the date of information there, do they make it up? I'll tell the list.
Because they don't publish your things.
No, but people can get it now. People can get it. That way you can get it, but you not tell your source how you get it. You want
okay. So I remember 9,000.
The first group I think is George. The first one I think is 110. The first group, and then I think
110%.
So that is 1,005 something. I think.
My main concern is that I feel sorry. I think me and Johnny Johnny welcome the platform. I feel sorry for the WHO, America withdrawing themselves, and then now there's a HIV clinic in Liberia that gave more free medication. It's a non-profit institution there that gave free medication and help the children and the grown-ups that suffer from the disease. Now they told the workers that they would not be. I shared a document with you in the chat room that they would not be working for 3 months. So they don't know if they will come back to work. But right now, everything's suspended for 3 months. So all those children in Liberia that were getting that free medication for the HIV, the virus and stuff like that, they're not going to get the medication. Those are the things I feel sorry for, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, but the State Department clarified on that. So what it will do, there will be a kind of a support to them while the review is going on by the Secretary of State. So the President already asked the Secretary of State to review that because those budgets are within the State Department budget. So they are reviewing. So what it will do for them to keep even South Africa. So Africa is getting South Africa close to how many billion in terms of the whole thing. So Africa is the main country hit. It's not in Africa. So Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda. Yeah, it's spread all in Africa. They're spending close to, I think, $20 billion on that program. So, Trump, the intent of this is he wants to see those things in conformity with his thought process, with his vision. It should be along with his vision. So he asked the Secretary of State to review it. Secretary of State is going to review it and report. I want to believe they'll restore that. That aspect of support, they're going to continue on that. That is humanitarian. I think they're going to continue on that. They'll continue other support moving forward. But maybe other major support. I don't know, but the WHO now that he will do from, who knows, maybe he will in the middle of his the process he will say that. But I think they will find means to open those areas or that, because the reason why America is spending those money, not to say they're spending those money for strategic reason. They want to ensure that they calm the spread of HIV across the world, so that many people who have the kind of disease coming in this country and spreading it. Why? So that's the intent of doing that. So I think they've been doing very well for them. Because some people, if he's consistently taking the drugs, it stops you from affecting other people. It stops the drugs from the disease from progressing in you. So I mean, it's been happening a lot.
Yeah, but again, you are just saying something. Somebody from the embassy just said that because the embassy even issued a release concerning that it came from Jerome, the embassy, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, trying to get into with the Trump, with the Marco Rubio, and to help the CIA can discuss about it. So the embassy will be acting on a false list, So I'm sure that shows alone that it's authentic. The embassy is acting on it. So that's what happened there. But that hear from Abu and John before move on to another discussion.
Can you go where? Allow me
All right.
for.
So thank you, Tomalin, Grace, Pewee, and everybody, and our listening audience. We said, you are so special. You take your time to, to follow this show. Bring your data, you bring your current, your battery, your radio. But I mean, like I heard everybody discussing about this Trump, foreign policy right now, regards to I think about 100. I think he signed about 100 executive orders on the first day he took office. And if we all follow during the campaign, Trump make those statements in the campaign that the very day he take off, he will be giving executive orders to handle some of the issues that he have concern about. But with regards to to us, Liberia, Africa, and the rest of the world, for me, I look at this from the positive perspective. Some may disagree with me for other reasons. Some action is to tell everyone, every leader, every government to be responsible for your people. Do your best to serve your people. Give them the necessary ingredients for being, human being living in your country. Give them good medical facility. Give your citizens good education. Give them good infrastructure, better roads, energy, water. Stop corruption in your country. Look, I saw the list. I saw if that list is authentic. Someone like Benin, but Benin have about 3 or 5 persons, in the US as undocumented, individuals. I see some countries that have less persons, two, three, one. We have 1,500 plus. Some countries have 20,000. Some countries have, 15 or more thousand people. But I would just say, though, for us, Liberia, and us in Africa, let's begin to take responsibility of our duty. We are the duty bearer in this case. In as much as America is our greatest country, they not become great by magic or by miracle. Their greatness came from hard work, systems that they instituted, and it grew over the period of almost 200 years. We as Africans must ensure that we make our continent better for us. It's a shame we fought for liberation. We fought for independence from the colonial people. We are taking away our own continent. Then millions of our young generation, young people, are fleeing the African government into Europe and other countries to go and be slaves. They are willingly giving themselves out as slaves. Isn't there something to worry about as Liberians, I mean, as Africans? In this country now in Morovia, with all that we're hearing, if you get put an announcement to say I'm providing visa to go to America, the entire Morovia will get empty. The entire Liberia will get empty. It's because our governments have not done what they should be doing for us to give us dignity, to be proud to be Liberian, to live here. I'm sorry for those who may get affected by Trump's action, but again, we have to be serious about what we want to do in our life. Like everybody said, people in our country, they've been there 10 years, 15 years or more. They're not taking serious to go and do the documentation and be able to live freely and do good things in the country. But you get probably being around there like, oh, I'm not gonna free country, you know. And I think for me, it's a lesson for us, but it's a lesson for our government, this government and future government. Please make Liberian people your priority. Make your citizens your priority. Give them what they need. Look at Angola. Look at right next door to us, Cote d'Ivoire. Look at that list. How many persons could work in America as undocumented citizens? Look, go and see Abidjan, what's happening in Abidjan, how our brothers and sisters are building their country. So we just need to make our the reason why our citizens are escaping from here going to those countries because opportunities is there. They have opportunities to work, to earn, and live in better condition, access to water, access to energy. Everything is provided there. What make it hard? We can't do it for our people. What is happening here to us? So I feel bad for those that are being deported. And like on other somebody say, oh, it will create more economic hardship on Liberia. Like, bro, yeah, what kind of more economic hardship? Most people here without working, even though they're working here, and I say not working. Right now, if I get dismissed or I get a lost job, after 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, I'm poor. So what is that? It's because one man working, you have 25, 30 persons to get assistance. So you must do it. Whether you like it or you must, because while the country is in such a condition that people are unemployed and they need to live, if one person is trying to do small little work, Everybody else that you know from your family, from your hometown, from your village, you have to give them something every month. You have to. But if everybody are working and getting something, making some income, they will not come put pressure on you. So you're there 100, 200 making, you can live on it and do better. So my concern is the positive side I'm repeating is that our government must see Trump action not as a bad thing, but it should make us to come to ourselves. Our current budget will get passed. Why should a person in this country ride a car worth $50,000? Why? Why? Why should you do that to your own people? When hospitals in the country there have no drugs, schools. Just this afternoon, I was on the show. I listened to the show on the radio. I'm coming home from the field. If somebody called from Bon County, talk about a school in Bon County that the classroom is so bad off, the doors are broken. I mean, it's not even a living, it's not a place to go and learn. They don't get and say our children are safe for school. So I mean, seriously, our government should be look. I'm going to see the day where Liberians will get up and say, look, this thing is too much. You got to serve us. We put you in power to serve us, not to serve yourself. So in this country, why should a person ride a car? So they are only see who I want to feed to go watch the game. All the big boys, look at their cars. So the cars are packed and running until the game ends. Why are we treating ourselves like this? Why are we treating our people like this? Nobody here again are colonial master for us here. We ourselves are in charge of ourselves now. So what happened to us? What happened? Gentlemen, man, sometimes look, sometimes when I see something happening right here, I can get sick from my shoulder. My entire body can get weak. It's like, why should we be like this when we have the opportunity to be the one of the best place in the world? Why? What's happening to us? So many, you tell me, what happening to us here?
Johnny,
What going on?
the thing is that then they respect those people who ride the $50,000 car that government get. I have no respect for people like that. My car is my money. If you buy a car out of your pocket, I have no respect. Government car is government car. I know when we're in like where they call the people who are working in government when they using government car after work they used to park the car to where Chancellor he was Chancellor was I think he was director for somewhere and
GSA.
GSA.
GSA, yeah. That's what they used to go get a government car from. So, but these days, I mean, the people put these people, they are the honorable people. They ride government car. They respect them. They got a car running because they have a gas slip to pay for gas I mean, they got gas to pay for gas for 10 years in 1 year. So, I mean, look, if I eat like I have no respect for the people who ride government car. If you want respect, you know you got weight. Go buy your own $45,000 car or $80,000 car. Then we respect you. But you got with the government jet dashing money back. I have no respect for people like that.
You know,
And let me say one thing, right? And somebody want me briefly, right? If we are serious for me about the one that will make decision to recommend to the country, from citizen minister to the minister proper, no one should be giving public vehicle car. You take your pay, you buy your own car, you drive and come to work, you sell a rent. Use the money until we can make sure that every town and village has access to safe drinking water, access to good road, better education, better health. Nobody, no minister in government, no representative, no senator should ride a car but government will buy for you. You take your pay, you buy your car, you come to work and go back home. You don't want to leave the job. Let's spend the
But
money on
even
the
if you will
people.
ride government car, Johnny, you will ride government car from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock after work, the government car pack. You're not using the government car to go watch game on the football field. And we wish that people could have better thinking to put the right president into power because all these things will stop. It depends on the head of the country. Until they can figure that out, they will continue going like this. And now President Trump is president for another 4 years. We're going to see what happens because he's taking a lot of stuff. We're not privy to talk here about some of the things we know, but it's not going to be an easy 4 years. Not for even people in America.
But Grace,
I say the people in America.
Grace, Trump love his country. Trump say America first, right? So
Yeah.
I want to see President Broker, I want to see President Broker to tell me Liberia first. And let's see the action you will take when you say Liberia first. And not Liberia first by you yourself benefit. Liberia first is the people must benefit. The towns and villages must access safe drinking water. How in the morning they post safe drinking from creeks and wells? For what reason? Why? When we have when the whole country is water, the president said at the conference in Tanzania, Liberia is well water, right? So that means Liberia is well water. So we should have access to water anywhere for farming, for drinking, for everything we want to do. We can use water to make energy through hydro. So why are we like this? I mean, I can't put a blame on Bucket now because he's the president now, but I mean, he's in charge now. He should start taking those drastic actions that whoever succeeds after him will do same. You see?
Thank you.
Let's start from somewhere.
Okay, yeah, let's move on. Okay, but let me just say this. You know, one of the impacts that having on our country right now is especially the suspension of funds. There are a lot of projects that are sponsored by USAID in Liberia that are ongoing in different sector. I have, I know a relative of mine is working in one of these sector. They receive a memo that because of funding, they cut the shutdown, and that's how the effect is having, because they have some uses funded projects in Liberia, and that's helping the country in the rural areas, in our era of education, health, and other and so forth. And right now, that's the problem the country is faced with now. Okay, there's a serious thing that's happening. But let me ask you a question. Right, the first thing, there's an issue about this settlement of the central bank governor, former governor. Now, President Boga suspended Aloysius Talu based on the audit report. He said suspended him, and then while on suspension, the audit report was released. But if the problem is, if you accusing this man of corruption, whatever the case, why are you giving him $375,000 after you reach a compromise? In fact, I heard initially the man wanted $1 million, but then they came to 500,000. But because you were owing the bank, they ended up to 375,000. Okay, what? I mean, I want everybody to give their thoughts about it. I mean, if were the audit genuine? Was it were the audit really positive? I mean, appropriate or what? If you audit someone, if the person is liable, I mean, you know very well that person should be less in facing prosecution, but you are paying this person almost $250,000. And so I want to hear from you guys. Grace, and we'll go to Pewee and Abu and Johnny. At least everybody spend 2 minutes when talking, please. Yeah, Grace.
Okay. They are. You see, the part that confuses me is that I don't understand how the central bank governor was suspended for corruption. They basically said he stole. And then later on, we hearing that, okay, they investigated the case, and it was just a discrepancy that he didn't steal anything, but something was mismanaged or something was not done properly, according to the books. Now they just pay him off to leave. So then it looks to me like the president did not want that particular governor in that position. So they were finding means to get him out. So once they found the means to get him out after the investigation, although they knew that they were not going to find anything, but the investigation was a phase, to just cover up that they really wanted to get him out. And then after the investigation, nothing, was substantial on him being a thief or he stole anything or there was corruption there. So now they were paying him off to leave the position because they want to put their own person within that position. And that's the thing that is destroying Liberia every day by the core. So, and they we're talking about it here, nothing will be done. The central bank governor, the ex now, as we say for him, he already got his money. He will not come out to speak. We wish that he could come out to speak so that the next regime will not be able to do such a thing. And that's the problem. But because they pay him off, and maybe in that payment, they told him he has to sign document not to say anything concerning what had happened. But it would be the good thing for him to do for the Liberian people to come out and speak his truth. What really happened? Because for me now, although they say that they had the investigation done and they saw nothing within the corruption and maybe the stealing they said he did, in my mind, I think he stole. Because except he come to clarify his name, I would not want to believe them because now money is being changing hands. So who knows whether money changing hands for just for him to cover up something for this government. So if you're a true Liberian, you love the country, you put in Liberia first, you need to come out and speak. I would be looking at it from the blind side. I'm saying I don't think this man did anything, to tell you the truth. But I would say I would not accept it. I can also say that I'm looking at him funny because they say he stole. Now they say they clear his name. It's just all kinds of things. So most people will believe that he actually did this corruption and he doesn't come up on any of the platforms to just clear his name up and say that he did nothing. This government just never wanted him there. So he's out. So that like people can see this government for who this government is and see Joseph Boakai for the kind of president he is right now.
So Pewee, the President Boakai is saying that he settled the former central bank governor, J. Aloysius Talu, with $374,239. Now, this comes after the General Auditing Agency review financial irregularities at the CBO amounting to $300 million, according to the GAG report. Okay, but then you say the GAG report says $300 million was missing, whatever the case. But then you suspended this man, and now you pay him for the unexpired term, the time, like the years he got, years he paying for. So now people are asking questions. What sense it make that you give this man the amount of money and you're about to put in a new central bank governor with another 5-year term too? Okay, you're paying the same, they be paying the same thing. And so I mean, help us to understand. I mean, what you say about this kind of a settlement? You muted.
Remember that. The intent, yeah. So the intent of suspending him at the time was from the basis of the General Auditing Commission GSC report. If that is correct, and I'm asking if that is correct, okay, that's the reason we just suspended him. Now then we move back to see when the suspension took place. Everybody said the suspension, including myself, the suspension was illegal. You cannot suspend the CBL as governor. What you do, you put into place an impeachment mechanism if he was involved in malfeasance or misfeasance. Now, the fact that the report came out, and the general auditing report will be very clear. The Auditor General opinion, we have to read the transmission letter first and find out what did the letter say in terms of the entire report, the summary of the report. Did the report say that there was some discrepancy, but the governor is not personally liable? So that's it. So if the report did not validate the process of his personal liability, then that's the basis of them coming up and to say we have to pay him the remainder of his years. Now, but if the report said that he was involved, all of the malfeasance that unfolded, he was personally liable, then he should be removed and even prosecuted. But I don't want to believe that's the same. Probably the report, in a way, the Auditor General is saying no, there's some discrepancy, but he's not personally liable, right? Because there's a board of commissioners, we have to take some votes. It didn't come from him unilaterally taking decision on that process. So the way they're doing it, so the fact that the president was so desperate to have his nephew in the job, and then they said the way he removed the former governor was wrong, and the king body said, okay, we need to appease this guy to get him some good package change. So that's the basis, and that is totally wrong. So the intent of first getting him out was not basically because of accountability. The intent was to bring his nephew to get on the job. And then it went into it, and probably the auditor may have advised or in other area they saw, they say, hey, you cannot win a case if they may take it to court. If he took it to court, he's going to win the case and he's going to demand more. So how can we do, what can we go around? Between the line, can we negotiate? So the negotiation process, he was taking almost $500,000. Now, because I think they did some level of, they extracted some amount that he was already indebted with other institutions or other individuals, then the variance of that is what he received, which is almost $400,000. So that is an extraordinary, very big money. I would hope to have that kind of money in my hand.
And I'm going to be taking away from the like great people.
Yeah. Lofa, I mean, before Abu come in, it's going to affect the country because these things because first of all, if now, mind you now, like I said, you got people, a new president in America, you got the World Bank, the IMF, everybody watching Liberia. Mm-hmm. All right, this kind of thing happening, they're gonna raise issue. Why are you paying somebody all the amount of money and then still make it $150 a month? And you hardly taking care of your priorities, you know.
Yeah, so that was going to happen. But Tyler said got to be very mindful now. You see, I don't know on what basis he declared to work as central bank governor. I know he still news that probably say he's on the standard job that he's doing, so pay taxes, all and that. If he's holistically quietly doing it, then he would not have to pay a dime here in terms of the Foreign Service Act. But again, he would use that process also to elevate his CV sufficiently, where he can come and get probably a little elevated job than what he was even doing here as a keep manager and the rest of that. So he may just use that CV that will allow him to get a job and a very good money in his pocket. So for now, he can come and relax, just smoke some Cohiba cigar, drink some good wine.
But let me ask you, President Waka decided to welcome Professor Kennedy. President Waka decided to get rid of tenure positions because these are all things that are all legal, they were all passing the law. And he got rid of tenure people, but then he paying someone, he said he did audit. If this man is found liable for anything, why can't you come up public and say, well, this man was what we found out and you prosecute it. So by paying this man that money, it shows that the audit was not justifiable. The audit something it wasn't fair. What were the case? But what do you say about the kind of money they're paying to the former governor?
You guys can continue. I'm reading something in the back. I'm reading document.
Okay. Okay. Professor Kennedy, yeah, please speak on it. Yeah. They're giving him now. They put them.
That's Jim Abu.
Yeah.
I would say he's saying about.
They're giving you something else, man. How you might respond?
That's Jim Abu. That question.
You saw what happened. They gave the man $374,239. In fact, the man he pushed for $1 billion, but they came to a settlement of $500,000 because he owed the bank. That time they came to this amount. Okay, and they said that in a GSC audit report, they reviewed financial irregularities at the central bank, amounting to nearly $300 million. Okay, the audit highlighted unauthorized expenditures and potential money laundering concerns, raising questions about the administration's commitment to accountability and transparency. Now, if you're accusing the people of what happened, and then you decide to give the one person you accuse, you suspended him this amount of money. I mean, what you say?
Look, this whole situation with the CBL is really, really bad. I don't think they've understood how terrible this looks, because a president is not supposed to have his hands involved in anything related to the CBL. If you believe that Talu did something, this is where the justice minister is supposed to really step up and show that he himself is independent of being influenced by the president. But it shows that the entire system is corrupt. But remember that President Boyka came in on the wings that he was here to fix the system, right? He was going to fix the system so that he can usher in a new era where governance would be the rule, where governance, the rule of law would be the way to go. But it appears that the president has himself gotten mixed up with a whole lot of shenanigans from the speakership all the way down now to the CBL. There's a reason why, even when President Trump tried to influence Jerome Powell over at the Federal Reserve Bank in New York, the people that stand up to him. But to see, look, I'm not a big fan of Talu, but if you're going to remove Talu, you have to follow the act that created the central bank. And there's no way that the president can suspend the central bank governor. This legislator shouldn't sit there and allow this to happen, because then it shows that you're not going to encourage investors to come to your country, because it shows that you don't have a legal system. Yeah. There's no way investors will come to your country, because if the president can summarily just remove the CBL governor, that's bad. It's absolutely bad. Look, the whole concept of central bank, this thing started way, way back in the English time. But even in the US, the Federal Reserve System started like around 1913, right? But all along, presidents tried to influence the Federal Reserve chairman, but they haven't been able to, for good reasons, because we saw what happened when Robert Mugabe and his people that took hold of the printing press in their country. They had hyperinflation. It was because they just told the governor of the central bank went to print money. So for President Boyka to actually have his hands, and of course, I'm saying this under the belief that what we're seeing in social media is accurate, but we know that the president suspended the central bank governor. You can't do that. No way, no how is the president supposed to suspend the governor. Then to put up another person's name for confirmation, look, man, you're not going to bring foreign direct investments to your country because, and you see, this is why when people see President Trump doing what he's doing, they can say, okay, it's okay because these African countries, they're not serious. They're not ready for prime time. You can't have all of that resources, and then you have people like I saw Johnny was being emotional about it. You know, why is it that we do these things ourselves? It goes back to what Nelson Mandela said decades ago. Africa suffers from a lack of good leadership. You know, the president should really, really get his hands out of this. If you think Talu did something wrong, if the audit report shows that he did something wrong, prosecute him because it's written in the act. What was it? The act that started the central bank, was it from 1999 or something like that?
Yeah.
It's in the act that you can remove him from course, but he has to be put on trial in order to do that. You can't just go and say, oh, suspend the man, and then you don't try him, and then, you know, information comes out that you're trying to pay him off. That is bad. I don't know if they realize how bad it looks.
All over the place, see the President Boyka just putting his hand all in the cookies jar, in a House of Representatives, staying up the part there. Look at the way they treated you can't go about the other day. Very, very beyond low. You messing with a separate part of the government. Won't put your speaker, the person who you want to be speaker in position. It's just so sad. This government has destroyed our country in 1 year. I mean, it's unbelievable. How you just all over the place, all the 10 new positions, and you messing it up. You go in there trying to move people, pay money. Then you come to this place, the House of Representatives. You there detecting who should be a speaker of the House. Presidents don't behave like that. Presidents don't, because the reason why we think Joseph Boyka is part of this thing, because the way the executives carry on when these things are done. Now they even recognizing Kun to be the legitimate speaker of the House. Just because Yeke Koluba said I will not address him, I will address the deputy speakers. Hey, colleagues, you know, pull him up like a child and with the security guard are supposed to be protecting everybody in the place and chew the man out. Yeke should sue them for assault. Go to another country, ECOWAS court, and sue the government for what they did to him. So this president, it's just so sad for us to watch because we kept on telling these people in the elections that we don't think Joseph Boyka will be able to lead the country. They were insulting us like we knew Joseph Boyka from somewhere and we just hated him. No. When you see a president who is able to take a stance in a country like that, bro, who is behind the line, then you say, okay, this person will be able to stay strong and do. But the puppet was not in the rightful, you know, capacity in I would say in like that, he was able to do this thing because of his age. There is nothing more you can do about it. You cannot compare America to Liberia because America got the best healthcare system. Their presidents are treated with private doctors and everything. Liberia don't have that. Boyka, sometimes you look at it, he even forgetting what happened. He asked you tomorrow what they say happened to the central bank again, who was supposed to be there. So and that's how we look at him, like he doesn't know what's going on. It's just few people that are around him making these decisions, and they are messing the country up. They are distracting our economy. People are suffering from it. The people are dying, and now there's a new president in power in this country that will not take that nonsense. So we don't know for the next 3-4 years how Liberia will be like. We don't know.
Okay, let me just. I want to before I go to. I think Abu still getting his notes, but wait. So let me go to Professor Kennedy quick before I go to Pewee. Professor Kennedy, I mean, I want you to weigh on this, especially so with the issue of the suspension of aid completely Liberia being affected already. People have received memos and everything. And with this also with the deportation pending to looming over our country, and with things of the nature about this settlement, I just get information too that they're about to also the LTA. Now you got five commissioners that they have tenure, and the tenure they didn't expire, and they were removed. Okay, they were removed from there. So it's a problem too. So they're going to settle down in not small money to a lot of money will be settled to these people. So all of this are happening. I mean, you're in the financial sector. You work in corporate America. You work with these financial regulatory agencies and so forth. How will Liberia be affected, especially with a person like Trump in power, who's a different kind of president? He's not like a normal American president. Look, before you come in, today I watched the press conference and I was just laughing. Look, Trump was describing how the plane crashed. He said they came so low. He said, in fact, the people in the plane were looking at the plane and saying, I wonder what happened. So what's going to happen? How you know the plane? You were not in the plane. Say the people are looking at the plane about the crash. He said, somebody gets some psychiatric problem. They're the one who are controlling the tower, controlling the air control system. I mean, and so it's interesting though. And knowing him, you know that will be a problem. But just weigh in and tell us how are we going to navigate our way through this?
Look, Trump has come in with an America's first policy. He tried it the first time he came. There should be no surprise in terms of what Trump is doing right now, because when he came in during his first term, he started with that America first policy. That should have been a wake-up call for African countries to get their act in place. Trump is not going to be spending a whole lot of money in Africa. You should just got the whole thing with the libido corridor and all the other things then that the Biden administration was pushing. You should kind of think hard and reconsider it, because Trump is not really concerned with that. You can see from his actions, right? Things like on the immigration side, the executive order that presidents after presidents, the whole TPS, the temporary protected status, the deferred, the DED, all those things, then president after president would come in and extend those things then through executive orders. Trump tried to stop it. I remember in 2018, there was a threat that he was going to try to stop it, but he still signed off on it and he pushed it forward. Trump doesn't really care about all of these, look, if things like Ebola had happened during Trump's administration, Liberia was going to be in bigger trouble than what we saw happen, because all of the economic support that President Obama sent over to Liberia.
Military, he sent military there.
He did everything. He sent the U.S. Army down there. They built tents. They tried to set up emergency hospital and all. You wasn't going to see it during Trump's time. It was not going to happen. Even when AIDS started taking shape during President George Bush's time, the amount of aid that George Bush, a Republican president, sent to Africa, you are not going to see that under Trump's time. So that tells you this president coming in, he has this America First policy that if it's not going to support America, he's not going to be concerned with it. You saw what he called Africa in his first term. He called it a shithole place. That tells you right away, African leaders cannot take their money, go and spend it on recurrent expenditures, and then expect America to come in and support them when they need it. Not only you have to wait 4 years. Hopefully, maybe a Democrat comes in for that to happen again, but not under this term. Liberians who were on, and I thought the DED or the TPS was extended until 2026. I thought Biden extended it up until sometime in 2026, which give, you see, countries like Liberia. Let me take you back to the history of it. So, back in the early, the 80s or so, Ronald Reagan pushed out this whole thing about amnesty. 1986. Ronald Reagan pushed out a whole bit about amnesty. He gave amnesty because there were certain countries that were just in wars. Remember now, it was during Ronald Reagan time that we had the whole Iran-Contra thing, right?
Yes.
So all the things that was going on in places like El Salvador, in Nicaragua, all those things then, Ronald Reagan was looking for a way to kind of help some of those countries then that were in battle. Then we moved away from the amnesty and we started doing the TPS for countries that were involved in internal conflict.
Yes.
So Bosnia, Herzegovina, Liberia, all those countries that he put, TPS came out during that time. And TPS, in fact, it was a law that the U.S. passed. I think the law was passed in 1990, November or so of 1990. for TPS. What Liberia should have done at that time, they should have settled their status on this TPS thing. It kept being extended. Every president would come in, they would extend TPS, they would extend TPS. Even at one time when we were doing a little bit of work in Washington, D.C., we had an opportunity to sit down with, President Trump's former lawyer and some other people to try to work to see how we can get TPS extended. So it's an ongoing thing. But times have changed. Times have completely changed. President Trump has a new mandate right now, and that is to make America's first, and he's going to do everything in it. So African countries will all of their, I think I heard you earlier, Chief Tomalin, talking about Rwanda's encroachment in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Yeah.
Why is Rwanda playing a little small Putin? Kagame is acting like Putin and supporting rebels.
Yeah, because they got also involved. I think Ramaphosa, South Africa, he's
from South Africa. They got these rebels taking over Goma. Those kind of things, Trump doesn't want to hear about that. You have over 1.7 billion people in poverty in Africa, and you guys are doing this kind of nonsense to each other. And then later on, you think America is going to come and rescue you. Trump doesn't want to hear about that. So countries like Liberia, all of the countries on the ECOWAS side that are always running to the IMF, you better get your act in order, because for the next 4 years, this guy doesn't care about you. And if you don't know, you need to look at what happened during his first term. So things like immigration, things like borrowing money, the MCC compact.
The MCC compact. I want you and Pewee. I've got Pewee work on it before. I think when they came together, first one they try to work equally as the people. But Professor, I mean, before we go to Pewee, the MCC compact, Liberia is eligible for it. The team was in Liberia last week. They did an assessment, but then they left all saying nothing. And then with all these things coming, Trump has said now, very well it's on pause now, because to give a country like Liberia $500 million, I mean, they're giving it in one trench, but $500 million. First thing Trump will say, what? And the man was saying today, he said he wants smart people in America, the best and the brightest. He said to get that kind of money, he said that common sense. I mean, he used all kind of words today, So, but what's your take on it about that with the compact and what's happening with the Trump's 2.0?
It's one of the things where you learn and anybody would know that you never start celebrating until they check cash, right? So people were celebrating a whole bit about the compact, but you ain't get the money in your bank account yet. So you got to wait until they check cash before you start celebrating, because anything can happen from now until, it's like saying you hit the lottery and then you start cussing your bosses and stuff, and then you find out the ticket that you have is the wrong ticket. So you got to wait until the money is actually in your bank. I'm highly suspicious on whether Liberia will get this money on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely confident Liberia will get the money. Right now, I feel Liberia is out of 3 in terms of getting the money. I'm not totally convinced they're going to get it, because Trump, during his first term, tried to cut the State Department budget. MCC, just like you said, is another branch of the government that's under the State Department. He tried to cut the State Department budget, and I think Pewee told me the last time it was around 28% or so. He is not going to allow the State Department budget or allow MCC and others to be giving out this kind of so-called free money. So I don't think it's going to happen. But let's hear from a Pewee and a Grace and see what Johnny they have to say as well.
Yeah, thank you. One of my men was telling me there was a time that coming up in Firestone, he have got information from the government that were going to appoint him as deputy minister. He went to the division, to his superintendent, he told his superintendent, told in your face, you been treating me by the bed, to hell are you? I get him to hell are you? When you love the government in the scheme, when he didn't get him the job. Then he went the next day, and the next time he went back to the office, they gave him dismissal letter. So he's like, they can't, they check you right, they check, I can't yet. Then you celebrating, you go, oh, no money. So, but that's a very serious thing. I'm deeply concerned. We all pray that somebody will get that money also, right? But and the acting, I call it the budget management office. The memo he wrote before he was challenged in court, I think the judge halted it now, and the Trump decided to withdraw that. But he stated something clearly. He said most of those issues foreign payment internally and external payment, it will have to align with Trump's vision. It will have to align with his vision. So now he asked the Secretary of State to review all those things. So the Secretary of State is going to go and sit with him. If you listen to the Secretary of State, he's going to implement Trump's vision. If you listen to the current Defense Secretary, he's going to implement Trump's vision. If you listen to everybody, right? So I'm deeply concerned about this issue on a serious note. You say and all of things. They will have some line. I believe the Secretary of State will sit and have some revision on the way to go about it. But I'm just a little concerned about how the situation is going to go. Now, should we be overly hopeful? And that's why I don't want us to be very overly hopeful, because if we rely on this and the slap comes to us in the way manner that we cannot adjust ourselves to it, it's going to be very dangerous for the country. So I would hope someone was saying, jokingly telling me yesterday on the phone, I'm praying God, Trump implemented it, and so the people not perform, they will win in this election. I said, you don't have to pray on that. You don't get him when that's only up yet. So a lot of things going to happen in that. But again, Mr. Trump is clear. He was straightforward. He told the people this the American First agenda is going to implement it. It's a clear thing to many. So we, African government, we have to do serious preparation and prepare ourselves for all those things that are unfolding. Now, Rwanda situation, Rwanda is doing those things they're doing in Congo there, basically for most of the resources, right? But I believe the Congolese government too, they're just inept. You have all those new resources. You need to equip your military to withstand other situations. Rwanda is doing that. They're getting a lot of gold diamond. But you think how Kagame is using a lot of money from, he's using money for the place, for the area to money. So it's because of the money. That's the country that's the #1 richest country with mineral in the world. That country. So a lot of things. So the international community, and now if this was bad into this as a question, because the State Department have discussed it under the former Secretary of State. They were saying to it that region, and that's part of the reason why they were pumping more money via the United Nations to extend and expand the peacekeeping mission there in the Congo, right? So they wanted to deploy more peacekeeper in the Goma area, in the Kivu regions, because the country is very huge. It's a very big country, very, very huge, right? So the problem about it, and the topography of the country is low. So you have different rebel groups, warlords. Yeah, in some areas, so many will just take some areas. Say that my only area, they just do money and in some part of the country they don't have roads. They're good roads, but the men driving 150,000 jeeps. You got the money there. So the Rwandan government is doing that, and we need the African Union will have to step firm to help that country from doing those things. Talk to Kigali to not be as somebody said that they can. The process they should not be the kind of Putin tap in Africa. That would be a wrong decision to do. But Trump process going to be in the way he want to think about his budget process. That's how we're going to move to it, and we have to learn to be prepared for those things. Other than that, we're going to be very sharp.
Before I go to Grace, I mean, you said something, and it reminded me that what happened today. Somebody asked me for money today, so I said, something, I expected some money on Friday. So, but so like you said, sometimes you're expecting some money to come, then you go give it. So, if I know I should not give that money to that person, you see. So I said, look, even though I said right now I can't give you nothing because I don't know what will happen Friday. So anything can change Friday, and then the money I expect I don't get it. So that wait till Friday, because like you said, you get when they announce about that MCC, like we said, I'm a patriot. I want that money to come from Liberia because I believe, and the good thing about that money, you guys can bear me or Professor Kennedy and Pewee, that money is managed. It's not money that when it comes to the country,
well managed.
You can manage. You can just jump and use it. No, the people will come. You find an office and everything. They will tell you how they put it. Money to come. The first transfer the money is giving, and how you spend it. They will tell you. They'll be monitoring you. Give account everything. It won't just happen overnight. So that money that comes like will benefit the country because nobody will just manage to pull money. But it's a problem. And another person I heard another thing today was that we are talking about your $45,000 car. I think you'll be careful. News can travel and news get on Capitol Hill there that they people riding these kind of cars and they play with this kind of money. They say it will make things bad for the country. It will cut down stuff. Okay, it will cut down stuff because what people do right now, people are preparing right now to go to the Congress. I mean, look, before President Salih was famous, during the time of Samuel Doe, I mean, they had what they call congressional hearings. People will come Capitol Hill there, they will let them give testimony about what happened in Liberia. And when it testified to Congress will take action on it. And now you got a Republican in charge, and when they start giving news of what happening, giving video evidence that what happening, let a car, the person driving, the car's called $80,000 for this car. This won't happen. They flying a private plane. The plane costs this amount of money to fly. They will start looking at it, but then they got what a budget. It will affect the country. So, like everybody's saying, it's about time our leaders take things serious, because or else we're gonna feel it. It will affect the people and the country. And we in America will suffer when we will be the one having under pressure. Because even our brothers and sisters are trying to send back home now, and then they cutting the programs in Liberia. Very soon your phone will start ringing, and you can't say you will not help your people. God bless you, come, you gotta help them. So now you gotta cut down some other stuff here. You know, sometimes when you give money, your children are born yet. Daddy, he said, what that money for? Wait, I said, grandma there, and then your niece. He said, Daddy, but they can work, man. They can find work.
They know it hard.
We're not there. So I said, man, Daddy, so I won't get my this because of that. I won't get it because you can send money over there. I mean, that's what we go through yet. But again, let us all be involved. Our country, our leaders need to take it serious, because when it comes to the reality, it will be a bad thing for us, or will affect us. Grace.
I mean, you guys have said it, or Donald Trump with his America First policy, this man is withdrawing all the international agreements that were made. So a lot of countries will be affected by this. Even some of the people in America that live here will be going through a lot of stuff with all the programs that they're about to withdraw from even the American citizens. So we're talking about the people, America First, and some people here will still suffer some stuff. So you should know about the other countries that he referred to as shadow countries, especially our African region. So I just hope, and I always hope for Liberia and the rest of the African nations that the presidents and the leadership should just see it wise to actually build the country up the way they're supposed to build the country up. Because Liberia and a lot of West African countries have the resources that will be able to push the country forward without depending solely and wholly on foreign aids and things to be given to the country. And to see them, using cars, you see people in position that couldn't even rent a room, become millionaires, and they got properties that they're renting to other people. It's sad. So then Tomalin said, they shouldn't do this thing, because when the people found out, the people already know Tomalin. Look at that report that man wrote the other day concerning all the deaths that happening already. Those reports are going to different entities here in America. They're going to Congress, they're going to the United Nations. People are seeing those things, and that's the reason why Liberia is not even getting half of what it's supposed to get as far as help from the international community because of these things. And look at the little that they're getting. Look how they mess it up. They just, corrupt. They will do anything. The government, majority of the money they receive, they pay government employees. The money is not going to really develop the country and to help the poor people. So I am looking forward to a new leadership in 2029. So I'm hoping for that. I hope I hope Liberia will open their eyes and see that come 2029, UP and CDC, they're not the way to go. They are not, because these two parties have filled Liberia over and over and again. It was worse. We are time, it's even Congo say West in Braga 1 year. So we need to change our course and do the right thing for our leadership to get into power that will bring Liberia up to standard. We are still behind the line. So I am not moved whatsoever the case may be by any of these things, especially when it comes to Liberia getting the foreign aid. I am not moved because all the aids that Liberia have gotten, we have not seen anything done with these aids. People are still in the rural part of Liberia drinking from well water and getting sick and getting diseases. So who cares? when the money reach to the country, it's going to stay very much welfare. The people, once all the people manage the money, but the one that will give them to use, they will share among themselves. But if it will change hand, they will find some way to steal it. So we shouldn't act that nothing will happen. Or if the money get there, they will be able to manage it. No, they will find a way to steal that money as well. Even after the people manage it, they want to get in to do certain things, they will packet it. And we all know, and we can't be sitting here and say, oh, we don't know. No, that's what will happen. So maybe God knew why he allowed America to vote Trump into power at this point in time. Let's see what happens, what our government will do, and what the president now will start to change course to better the country for our future generation of leaders and mothers and fathers. So we are here watching.
So before I go to Johnny, let me just, Professor Kennedy and Pewee, please prepare for this question. Somebody just asked me, okay, they're saying that in case President Trump, what he say, everything goes through and is suspended and so forth. What can Liberia do to fill the gap? What can be done? What can we find money from to take care of other stuff in the country that to keep the country stable and everything? But Pewee, let me
go further.
Johnny. Yep.
Okay, yeah, Johnny, go ahead.
After, but
yeah, man.
Why the question? Okay.
Yeah, so about too many. I'm hoping that our government by this time, by hearing what has happened from the American end, they are having serious meeting and to recalibrate their financial or economic policy and whatsoever. Because every aspect of the Liberian government is sponsored by UC. UC is involved with education, with health, with everything. So this is going to be a serious blow to the government's response to the citizens' needs. Everything is, I mean, it's not a joke to many. Every UC program in Liberia is granted. All vehicles are parked, all offices are closed. So you can imagine the health programs, the educational programs that were providing, everything has ceased, right? That's it. So we have to. I mean, this is not how you call it. This is not about play. It's not a play thing. And I'm also hoping that even if later the U.S. government decides to reactivate this process, we should see this as a learning process to prepare ourselves and ensure that our government does what is good for us. Cut down the too many benefits for individuals working in government, high-profile government places. Our legislators, our ministers. I mean, everybody that is senior position that require a vehicle, require fuel, require scratch card for phone card, require separate internet for their home and for their office. I mean, all the things you got benefits, cut them down. The 5,000 you make is enough for you. Look, USAID has been in the country for many years. The people that are helping us, they restrict us. I remember in 21, 17, 16, 17, around there, they sent a FBI fraud agent to come and assess USAID project in terms of funds management. Guy interacted with us at our office. He said, guys, this money is coming to you. This is taxpayer money. We must respect taxpayer money. So why is it that why are we not respecting our taxpayer money in Liberia? We see government money as a free money. People pay their tax, people work hard, people spend time, everything they're doing, they pay tax. Why don't you respect us and spend our money properly? When I want to use a project years back, I did not have use a car coming for me my holiday came to work. I got on taxi or I got my own car, go to work. And after work, I go on taxi and come back home on my own car. They did not give me a gas coupon for my vehicle if I had my own vehicle, right? They pay me and they expected me to take money from my pay to transfer myself to work and come back. All I had was health benefits and $35 in my phone for phone card that was then. So my current phone card is $30 for both voice and data and health insurance. That's all I have from my agency. I pay my way to go to work and come home. I pay my own water bill, pay my own current bill, pay my own house rent, everything I do that for what I make. So what is wrong that ministers and presidential senators cannot do that for their salary? If we give you 8,000 or 6,000 or 5,000, you can work in that and take care of yourself. and then the rest of the money goes to the people. And this is one way how we can address the issue with Trump and no action or the American action. Seriously. So Pewee and Prof. Kennedy can come in.
Of Canada, yeah. So, well, if you are facing such a situation now, where our major source of fund is locked now, and the country needs to survive, to move forward. Where area the country can look for money? Somebody said, I think, Johnny said last. I think he said it sometime he said that you recast the budget. If you do a recast budget to put down some areas that are not that now a priority. But what can happen? Do you think? I know today I was talking to somebody that said the maritime program can suffice, can take care of it. The money will give our those fly off. Oh, I mean that one. It's coming straight from the executive mansion. Somebody was telling me today. They said that what the president even said. If it happens, the maritime program will be able to address it. But you got
that's not true. That person calculate well. I'm gonna extra money maritime program.
If you
take the agent money from there and give the government, that's somebody managing the program for us.
So,
all better. The maritime program works. Okay, go ahead.
If you're looking to influence LISCA to increase the amount of money that's coming from the maritime, you're going to have a problem because the maritime is actually run by the American government. So you're not going to have a lot of pull there, even though LISCA is enjoying heavily from all these ship registries and stuff, but you're not going to have the power to influence LISCA. The only way you can influence, I cannot influence Pewee. You see, it's the whole thing it's the whole concept of a carrot and a stick, right? I cannot influence Pewee to do something if I don't have a way of forcing him or making him do it or being able to punish him if he doesn't do it. What sort of punishment can Liberia levy on LISCA if LISCA decides I'm not going to increase the amount of tonnage or the amount of fees we're collecting and send to you? Liberia has no pull or power over LISCA. And if Liberia decides to terminate that contract, who are they going to get to run LISCA? They never invested in training the people to take over LISCA, similar to what Panama did with that a shipping registry.
It's been many years. LISCA, so why can't we take full control of our maritime program? Why we need somebody to like that? I remember RTC Bank was one time they were the one in charge of that.
Yeah, well, RTC first.
So, Professor, why
General Yang, right?
We depend on people to run our program.
All of the technology that is used to run LISCA, that information, that knowledge was never shared with Liberians in the maritime. Liberians were sitting there, but more in an administrative role, not sitting there as someone who had the inside scoop in terms of how LISCA was running from end to end. Liberia never sat in that kind of position to understand how LISCA was running from end to end. LISCA has a very sophisticated program. And if you take a look at the Department of Justice website, because LISCA by law has to publish, because LISCA is a foreign agent for Liberia. So they need to publish whatever money they're receiving on behalf of Liberia. And you guys can remember a long time ago when Beaufort Chambers and others were complaining that Madam Sirleaf was paying lobbying fee, and they didn't understand that LISCA was collecting this tonnage and all this stuff for Liberia. They really didn't understand that whole process. So going to LISCA, you don't have leverage over LISCA. You're not going to succeed.
Wow.
You can try, but if you don't have the ability to tell LISCA, if you don't do this, we will cancel that contract, then you're out of luck. Because what you're going to do, you're going to cancel the contract and do what? And cut the little bit of pennies you're receiving right now. So they need to rethink that strategy. First, understand how the whole LISCA process works. Try to take it over. Or if you understand how they work, before you can go ahead and make threats to LISCA to increase. What you can do with LISCA is you can look. One thing that I did a few years ago was I collected, I think it was maybe like 4 or 5 years worth of data in terms of how much money LISCA was making. LISCA was making a killing. I know LISCA was reporting at one time they were making about 60 to 70 million every few months or so. LISCA is making a lot. LISCA is making a killing over a period of a quarter, every 3 months or so. It's on the Department of Justice website. I downloaded that information, I study it. And a lot of times LISCA is spending a lot of money on travel, a lot of money on hotels, salaries. It's ridiculous. Liberia pays for everything. but only because we never took the time to understand how Liska was using all of this money. What you can do, you can say, look, it's kind of crazy. You're telling Liska to cut their recurring expenditures when your recurring expenditures is out of control. So where can you look for the money? And you guys help me out here. If you remember correctly, one time, I think Amara Kune was trying to convince the legislator that they needed to reduce their salaries and benefits. And I think they tried to throw him in jail, right? They tried to put him in prison.
Oh, your finance minister, yeah.
I remember.
Finance minister. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was trying to finance minister. Amara Kune at that time, he was absolutely correct. There's no way you can keep up this level of spending on recurring expenditures and you don't have the kind of money to cover it. There's no way. It's not sustainable. So what they can do is start looking for ways to cut expenses. Forget the private jet. Well, I don't know who paying for it. Whether you're trying to make your morale, you need to forget that because private jets are expensive. You don't need a delegation like a rock star to say you're going to travel overseas. You just need a small team, maybe 3 to 4 people with the president, his security services. Cut your recurring expenditures. That's one thing you need to look at. What you can do is you need to be able to get an initial investment and fund the agricultural bank. But Chief, Grace, Pewee, before you do any of this stuff, you need to make sure the rule of law is in place in our country. Because the rule of law is not there when somebody steals their money. What are you going to do? You're going to say, oh, I will pay you $375,000 for you to quit? That's nonsense. That's not a strategy. You got to put, no country has developed without setting up governance in your country. So they need to fix that governance issue. Once you fix the governance issue, you have the resources in there. You heard Pewee was talking about the amount of resources in Democratic Republic of Congo. People have been fighting in Congo for Congo has a mineral.
Decades.
Congo has a mineral that is in practically every cell phone in the world.
Ah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of it. What is this? Lithium, cobalt, or something. It's in practically every.
It's coltan. It's called coltan.
There you go. But look how poor Congo is because everybody is fighting to come into power just for the resources. They don't have the governance in place. Liberia has the resources. You can raise capital off of that resources. The way how you do it, number one, you need to hire an investment banker advisor. The same thing Freeland did with HPX. He went down to Wall Street. He hired an investment advisor that structured a package for him to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. And he put his contract for Wulugisi on the Guinean side as collateral to raise that money. And it's not that complicated. You have the resources to do it. But you know what's also going to hold them at their ankle? The fact that they enter the ECF program. When you enter the ECF program, you're only restricted to borrowing money on a concession basis. So you need to approach the IMF and tell them to release the shackles from you being able to only borrow money on concession because concession is not going to develop your country. So get your governance straight. Make sure you fund the agricultural bank. If put it in place. You got to get people who are hiding money under their mattresses to trust the banking system. Because if Chief, you need to start a business, you want to be able to go and raise capital. You want to go over to the bank and borrow money. But people don't trust the banking system. What is the LBDI?
Yeah.
Wasn't there some issue with LBDI? People borrowed a ton of money, but they never paid it. I can guarantee you LBDI is not solvent. But if you put money in the banking system, people will be able to borrow money. That money will multiply. You will grow your economy. Use your resources to raise capital. Just how Ghana did it. Just how Ivory Coast did it. Just how Botswana did it. You can do the same thing. But if you don't have people with that kind of banking mentality to raise money, your $8.4 billion arrest program is just a fiasco. Who the hell is going to give you about $4 billion in donor funding to say it's never going to work? Because President Trump doesn't have that kind of mentality to support African countries like that. Let me say this last thing before I swing it to Pewee. If you have a MAGA person coming to Liberia as the new ambassador, because the foreign service guy who was there, the ambassador Tuna, who is there right now, Korea foreign service person, he was appointed by President Biden. So he's more lenient. I think he's more lenient than even McCarthy, who was there.
Makati was tough. Yeah.
If you get one of these hardcore Cash Patel kind of MAGA person coming in there, you're out of luck. Because that person is going to enforce Trump's ideology of America first, and you're not going to get anything out of America for the next 4 years. So that whole agenda thing is not going to work. But use your resources wisely. Use it wisely. It will eventually run out if you just keep wasting it like that. You saw what happened with Senegal in the fishing industry, you know. So I tell you, man, there's possibilities for Liberia, but you need a group of technocrats to work with the people that who understand the political atmosphere. The Pewee then, the Grace then, you guys that who understand the political, y'all bring some of the technocrats to merge with them, and y'all can make it happen, you know. So I was swinging to Pewee and to Grace.
Political will is not there. Pewee.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. In terms of what the question you had, I conclude the list thing quickly. What we can do is I agree, we need to cut down on recurrent expenditure. We need to do that significantly. And then the next strategy we can rely on, if there's nothing coming from here, would be now to maximize some opportunities, strategize to how we can increase our domestic revenue envelope. Now, because there are a lot of who we can tighten in terms of the different area custom and other areas. Other ministries, the foreign ministry, we can project some very wonderful strategy to see how we can increase the envelope. If we're tighten the schools, we can push the envelope to around $1.something billion. We can collect that money in the country internally. That would be one of the strategies to replace that. Then we minimize significantly on this recurrent expenditure. Now, Tomalin, the LISCA program, as somebody said to you, it's not. We do have a contract with LISCA up to 2039.
Oh,
this contract is running up to 2039.
Oh,
and the process, I think, is like 55% between the two. Now, and LISCA itself got more than 6 offices across the world. This is a very expensive program to run, and how many people don't understand it. They say, "Oh, people doing it." No, they have 6 programs. Offices. You have the LISCA office based here in Virginia that got close to 300 employees, setting, monitoring different ships. 300
employees.
I came when I traveled with the former foreign minister. We came. I was.
The employees are they Liberians?
No, they're not Liberian. You have some Liberian, but
I know
technicians.
Liberian, the guy Liberian officer for the maritime in Virginia.
Oh yeah. LISCA is the one that now the Liberian Maritime Office in Monrovia. LISCA does the technical running of the program. They manage the maritime program. To all the ships that are flying our fare and the rest. So LISCA got an office here in Virginia. They got an office in New York. They got an office in Florida. These are the 3 in different locations they have offices. That's the main office in Virginia. We got a 3-story building that worth almost $3 million, and we almost pay for that building. That building is not owned because LISCA bought up by the Liberian government in Virginia. So there's the area. Those guys you see, most of them are monitoring ships from different locations. Now in the US we have 3 offices. In London we have 1 office in London. We have 1 office in Argentina. We have an office in Greece. We have an office in Accra. So these offices are being run by LISCA also. Now, here's the problem. Our government from top days, we cannot run this issue. Because let's agree, this ship, they're just flying our flag. This ship is in some distress. They call some of the agent. If it was with government bureaucracy, the place are called, oh, one of the kind of thing that's why we said, oh, they got giving the thing for the thing happen. No. That's the Liberia, we can run it. And that's why you give it to a certified institution, because we have to report to the justice system here, as the professor was saying.
So the ships are flying our flags. Well, we got, I think we the second largest, right?
Yeah, we're not the second. We just started tapping. We were the second. We then started hitting again between Liberia and Panama. But now we just going second, always fluctuating between Liberia and Panama. Right, and then, but the efficiency of managing the program, we cannot manage the program.
So who the people that fly or flags, who they pay to? They pay to LISCA or pay to the government directly?
LISCA is the one managing the whole time. All the people coming through LISCA. Then the contract say 45-50%. LISCA will pay all the operational costs, and those that are doing the technical work, managing, observing those ships moving here, this ship having distress, to their port in Athens, they have to call here. They manage that fleet of individuals. They pay those people that are doing a technical job here. When the money is in, if they say that this period we collected $50 million, or the $50 million, they take 55%, we take 45%. Now, there's a process that money is remitted to the consolidated account. And all of that money, we pass a law in Liberia to the legislature that 5% of the money collected on behalf of the government of Liberia, 5% of that money will go to the Liberian Maritime Authority to run the operation activity of maritime in Liberia. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
So 5% of that money, or every money that will be collected in the period, 5% will go to the Maritime Authority to run the maritime office and pay the maritime employee in Monrovia. The LISCA side of it, they're getting, which is the 55%, they do the operational cost of those 6 offices across the world. And then it show that the program is effective, efficient, and the rest of that. And sometimes the way they manage it, they've been very effective in the management of the program. They've been very effective in doing that. That's why some of the revenue will go up. So we'll get that money. Portion of that, the 5% will be extracted, and the rest will go directly to the government consolidated account.
The government of Liberia.
The government of Liberia consolidated account. There's a change.
At this present time, how much money are we generating from the maritime program?
I want to know, because I'm not the spokesperson of Maritime 1, and I want to know the period of it. But I think it should be in the quarter should be around maybe around 50 something to $60 million. That should be. I want to know the amount. I just speaking off my head now, off the number in terms of that. But strategically, we have a contract that's running with us that was legislated up to 2039. Then after that, we can review. But if we were to remove the contract from them, then we can pay a very huge, it's going to be a colossal price we're going to pay, and that we don't have save money for now. But yeah, they've been managing it very effectively in terms of the management process. The first management team, they got General Yang.
Yeah, Yang, yes.
General Yang and the RTC Bank did manage it then.
Yes, I remember that.
The issue came during the Taylor time. There was some crisis. Then they took that off. And this guy, this guy is owned by a Jewish old man, but he's lit now. Well, Johan owned this guy. So it was after that process, because they had to go through huge vetting process from here in the US to manage it, and they've been managing it very efficiently. The entire time of Taylor, Madam Salif time, they continued the process. Also, it was the time that we did the legislation, and it flowed through the WIA. They did some amendment, but the contract is now up to 2039, at which time there's a room to review and renew the contract. But it's not that we can just say we will manage it. You give that thing to the Liberian government to manage it, it will collapse in less than 2 months.
Yeah, but
why they even sound like
Grace, let me ask you, Grace, you're factoring your
I wanted to ask you, but go ahead.
Yeah, but people, when you can answer it, but so why the Liberian government, why they have not impressed upon this kind of train Liberians to take over the program? Why?
No, so there are a lot of different things. I forgot to mention this. A lot of different things they training. Okay, the room is there to train. There was a period of time that will be called the call-off time. We do have the Liberian Training Academy in Monrovia, where they got some technician expert also there helping to train Liberians, both the seafarers. So a lot of Liberian seafarers have been trained to benefit from this, because Liberians have to be deployed on most of those ships also, right? So they have to train Liberians. And we do also have a share in the Regional Maritime University in Accra, Ghana. That's why we have an office in Accra. So the Regional Maritime University is also training Liberian seafarers that will be deployed to get some job. Because before, the percentage of Liberian seafarers at the time were very low, very low. These are a way Liberians can get a job, train them, deploy them on different ships across the world and the rest of it. You can remember during Ben Sanvee did, you heard about the guys that died when they went for training, right? That brought some serious tension in the country. You heard about that?
Where they died?
In Monrovia, they went
during the training.
Yeah, during the training.
I think one of my friend's son died.
Yes.
One of my friend's son died from
Exactly. So basically that is the basic line of it. But again, if we can take over the program and run it effectively, then we don't have to pay that sharing cost. But you need to meet certain benchmark. That because most of those ships are also coming here in the United States. They need accountability. They really emphasize that process. So if the Liberia were to take over that, we need to tighten a lot of screws and do a lot of things and keep them, because you have to pay on time, pay the technicians on time.
You mean that will not be this government? It's not going to happen.
Reality going to start in, because look.
When reality was talking,
listen,
the people hiring process. Come on now.
Grace, let me be frank, right? I said somebody wrote something just now, and this I agree with the person, right? What your name? Dwight Port. Yeah. One of the things that they need to do. That's one of the things, right? And imagine now. I was talking to somebody on the phone today, and they said Richard Kun was going home. The person said, I think he lives in Johnsonville. The person said, "Oh, I just want to story that the man was a speaker here won't go on." I said, "Oh," he said he convoy alone. Nah, and the cars SUV. The cars are SUV. They both driving, right? Cars when the cars cost 30,000, 35,000, and then they take fuel in. They all fuel. I mean, about 6 of the cars or 5 in your convoy, and all fuel up. I mean, the money you get to be putting on all these cars, if you don't cut it down, it will reality was talking.
So, but this is and what I'm telling you right now. You think the program that people talking about like Liberia to manage it? The people cannot even manage what they have right now.
Grace, honestly, I know, right? If you and I know, all of us here, when they put train you, ain't in America here, all of us
it will collapse. It will collapse.
It will collapse.
It will damage the whole program.
I come in America here, all of us here. Every job that they do training every year, annual training, right? Every training we do annual training. They train to keep to be able to keep on the job. Yeah, but you do the training, right? And nowadays they do the training on. I mean, no more how to do classroom training now. Everything online. You training. If you tell the people that you train, I will go to train you guys to manage this program. I mean, if you manage the program, it will collapse. You know what happened to the country, right?
I come over this money. Let's agree, train Liberians, deploy them. You say Grace there managing the New York office. Something happens somewhere sometime. I in the personal office I call Grace. I say Grace, I think I come over and when you release the kind of thing, you send it up, right? Then Grace in know that, right? The next day I run politics for you loaded. After 1 month, we recall Grace, they fire Grace. The next person that come to Grace place, the day somebody in the personal office telephone call say do they want, the person will not do it. You start undermining the system, right? And that's
right there.
That's it. Because Grace too, but you start if this government will take the phone on the news. Somebody you understand African system, man. That's the line.
Yeah, I will get that talk because now I've been mistaken to say Johnsonville, but the person living in Johnsonville, the person living in areas. So I say,
they see if you
how far from Johnsonville? Man, I got my property in Johnsonville. How far from the place?
What I would say to you, Tomalin, let me tell you something. It would take Liberia. I don't want to say long because something could change for Liberia in 2029. But it would take Liberia a real good president for these things that you guys want to take over to happen. Because even with the HR hiring process in Liberia within the government, it's a mess. These people got their family members that they're hiring, don't even know what they're doing. So even the ones that know what they're doing when they're in position, look at what happening to how they call it.
Hey, have you your backs have you been sitting with your back against the wall? If example during the war, right? And it was tough. What we had to do to survive, and you found a way to survive. So if Liberia, if the country facing a problem where they look so, because mind you now, our national budget, we get so that money come from America to direct budget support. If in the millions, if you cut in that money, cut now, we gotta find a way to get up to replace that money.
But they think that the society
let me kind of open, man, please.
Society does not operate in that light. The people just let the thing up for you. The people, because of people in position, certain position, you got your family member there or the other person there, like your friend, they have to take directives from you. They call you that thing that come in, let it pass. If you don't let it pass, they fire you for that job. So the system is there, but it's not working because the way the people are using the system is destroying the country. Even the people in the country, the regular people, all of them corrupt. And we know it. Your people in our brother, how many people I call you to tell you, say, pay the school fee at $200 when you go check the school fee at $125. The other money they take in the pocket. They conniving with the principal or the register officer to get you wrong information on the receipt to send to you to show that the money you're paying or the money the school charging not knowing and the money. When you look at other paperwork, the money is not adding up. So it would take a leader with a strong mind and willpower to be able to change this thing, like because you know, like really look up to the president, the executive of the pressure government is the king of the jungle. Until that person can come that stand strong and say, you know what, We have to change it. It will start from the head, and that president has to be a very strong president, and know what's going on in each of the offices. You know, they will be alert. They will have information that they make sure that the people that they put there, they trust these people to be able to deliver, and not just putting anybody there because of tribalism and you know, partisan, but putting the people there that will really be able to do the work. And when the people stand their ground in the different offices that they are directors in and they are leaders of those different positions, they're able to make decisions that will benefit the country, and the president will stand by them. Not to say, oh, you know, we finish making a decision and then Sylvester Pewee call say, oh, that man and my man, oh, you need to move, it's not going to happen, you need to change that thing. Then they change it. The country will never move forward. And that's what we're saying. So those kind of programs that we can never handle it in this time. Now within the government that we have right now, it's not going to be possible.
Okay, before Johnny coming, I welcome Robert Garguah. But you guys be thinking about this. Somebody said this today, right? And I want you guys to think about it. After Johnny speaking, Johnny and Robert way. The person said, Tomalin, Liberians will appreciate Trump. I said, why? See, because if Trump is president, like when you go to the next election, you'll be forced to choose to make the right decision. Because when Trump finish dealing with you, finish making things hard for your country, when you go to the next election, you'll be compelled to because during Trump tenure, it will expose our country, our issues. It will expose it, and the hardship will be there. When our brains go to the port, they will think twice. They will say, and what we're going through, because other people will say, look, if you vote for me, I can tell you that what you're going through, you will not go through it because here's my plan. So, I mean, you guys think about it, right? Whether it's true, if Trump remain in office, whether our election will be affected 2029, will have an impact. I know he leaves office 2028, but whether it will be affected, whether we have that impact, whether Liberians with their voting behavior will change, whether they won't vote for personality or
popularity,
put down for the issues based and reality. But Johnny, that's for you. Then we'll go to Robert.
Johnny, before you come in, not just what is my plan in the agenda. We want to see tangibles. What is your plan, your agenda, your goal? Then what have you done in the positions that you work for, even if it's private or within government? We want to see your layout. What can you present to the country that the people say, okay, that man, we trust him because he did this. He will be able to carry the country power that the kind of thing will be looking for in 2029. Just now, there people say, oh, I will do that. No, we want to see tangibles as well. That's what we're saying.
Okay, so I mean, I want to talk about the maritime issue, and I think this is one area if we are serious also, besides just taking over the run it, which is going to be a little bit difficult for us, but it should create job for our people. I understand that on every ship we should have anywhere between 3 to 5 Liberians working on every ship, working in the capacity, other as some kind of work in the ship. So, for example, if Liberia has like 4,000 ships flying our flag. Imagine you have 5 persons serving on each of those 4,000 ships. 5 times 4 at 20, that'll be 20,000 Liberians have created job. You have created job for 20,000 Liberians. And that could be bringing in some income to the country. For me, that's the lowest hanging fruit that we have to our advantage when it comes to maritime affairs. Is that happening? I don't know, except if Pewee comes, but maybe he has some more detail, he can tell us. But that's one thing that we've always heard about, that every ship that flies the flag of Liberia has the opportunity of having 3 to 5 Liberians working there. Are we following that policy? If we are following that, we should be able to provide 200,000 jobs for our people, young people, and that will reduce the pressure on the country. That's all I have to say about the maritime issue, and I will listen to you guys.
Yeah, Robert, you just joined us, but we've been talking about a lot of stuff, but we're just where we are right now. We're talking about it, a lot of stuff, but mainly as this is a suspension of aid come alive. Most of the programs in Liberia have been shut down, especially have been funded by the American USAID program. So we're asking, what would be a way to manage to keep the country afloat? I mean, in case since America give us money, we can still survive, and we will survive. I know we'll survive. Like bro, we'll overcome it. But what should be done? And some people are saying recast the budget. Some people are saying cut down stuff. But we are afraid that if the when people if they find that it's affecting them, and they see somebody going through hardship, and they see you in your heavy convoy, they start throwing rocks at your convoy. Somebody even physically attack you and all, to go to the amusement center and start harassing people there and so forth. So how can we solve that problem? How can we resolve it? How can we prepare to survive as a country?
Well, Tomalin, it's great to be on. It's great to see Grace. Haven't seen her in a minute, so it's great to see her on the show. But I think it's irresponsible to have the action of another government guide the action of the guide how responsible the Liberian government is. It's kind of troubling to a large extent. And I want to reiterate what I just said. For the U.S., no government, no responsible government should react based on the actions of another government, right? And so, for us to even start having a conversation about, how should the government react to ensure that we are not being wasteful, right? To ensure that we are not being irresponsible, to ensure that her people are being taken care of, speaks to what we have allowed to be norms in our country. Is irresponsible. I don't want to be in a country where, its leaders must react when it comes to what is the right thing to do. That's one. Two, it's difficult to have the conversation, about how do we sustain ourselves just based off of the reaction of the U.S. government on foreign aid. Why have we depended so much on foreign aid when it comes to moving our developmental agenda forward? Why? Why do we applaud any government that announces a major development agenda, right? In the region of 8 point something billion dollars, right? But says to themselves, we will be responsible for 30%, only 30% of this, right? But we're depending on 70% to come from foreign aid. Why? Does that make any sense? How ambitious are we when we set the bar so low? How realistic are we when it comes to not just implementation but achieving what our goals are? When a large amount of what we need to achieve that goal is dependent on foreign aid. Foreign aid is not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. Indicative of what's happening now. Our foreign support is good, but these guys can wake up any moment and say, you know what, enough is enough. They can redirect their foreign policy agenda, right? You can have some guy who is president who just doesn't care about foreign countries more than he cares about his country. Or you can have a guy who is just an idiot, like what we have now in this country, right? And so Liberian government action should be guarded, right, by how much they want to see the country move forward. It should be guarded by being responsible. Just be responsible. We should have a mindset that says, what can we use? How can we maximize return on investment based on the raw materials we have in this country? And you can start making some common sense decisions from the executive leadership down to the rest of the three branches of government, down to the people who elect the people. When you have people signing contract for 25 years to have one company, right? Right? Take raw material. Just get us. It's almost like you have a buffet of all you can eat. You spend so much money on what's on the buffet. The buffet is so rich, but you're charging $9.99, and these guys are laughing at us. These guys are laughing at us because they know that there's in no other country, there's in no serious industry that you will have ribs at the highest expense. You will have steak. You will have the best Southern cuisine. You will have all of the major top chef bourbon, the best of the best draft beer, domestic and imported, right? But it's going for $9.99. Are you kidding me? So people will eat. People will eat. This is what we've done. This is what we've done, and we've done these things led by greed, because the people who are making these decisions to outsource the country's natural resources are doing so because they are getting a cut that benefits themselves. They're not thinking about the bigger picture. They're not thinking about the country. What country do I want to see after 10 years? What country do I want to see after 15 years, 20 years, 25 years? Because these guys will live in Liberia. So it's irresponsible. I don't want to indulge in a conversation that talks about what can we do now. We should be acting responsibly, because like the Liberian people, even with these Tomalin and Grace, our people have continued to live in abject poverty. Yeah. Look at what's happening now with this whole deportation. I was close on this note. Look at what happened with this deportation stuff. The Liberian government is not even capacitated to have its people return to Liberia. We're not capacitated. There's no private sector. They don't have the capacity to hire over 2,000 Liberians, and this could be more in government jobs. And so if you ask the question, what should we do? The question is not what should we do now. The question is how should we have conducted ourselves all of these years? What is established as a norm in government? What is established as voters? What is our own expectations, and what do we expect? Are we expecting what we expect? And I learned this quickly in leadership. You've got to inspect what you expect. If you fail to inspect what you expect, and you allow people to get away with murder, they will get away with murder, and they will get away with murder while eating lunch, while eating a breakfast, lunch, and dinner on your tab. This is just the reality, and this is not just a reality in Liberia. This is not a reality just in North or South America. This is just not a reality in Asia. It's a reality everywhere. So good leaders put in place the mechanism to ensure that they're getting the best results, but they are inspecting what they expect. And if you're not meeting expectation, I'm sorry, you can't have free lunch on our top. We've continued to get free lunch, and this is what it is. I don't know what the government can do to re-strategize, to recast. You have greedy politicians. Do you think they are willing to take away what they've enjoyed all these years for the interest of the masses?
They have no choice, Robert. If reality comes to Robert, I know certain things. Certain things you gotta adjust. Certain things coming. For instance, when COVID came here, and we had to adjust. Certain we had to adjust. They say we shouldn't work from home now, and so we had to adjust. Certain, you gotta cut down certain things. You're gonna go to your usual spot, you want to go hang out again. You gotta change your life.
But the people in authority was the one telling you to adjust, and they themselves were adjusting. These people that in authority, when they want to adjust, the thing is that look at the budget set for the different offices. Look at the budget for the pro-temporal office. Look at the budget for the vice president office. These people got millions of dollars in the budget just for the offices. It doesn't cost that much to live in Liberia for these people to be trying on millions of dollars in a year. And while people can't even afford to get a glass of water to drink in the country. It's not fair. And that's the reason why we know that it will take a whole new generation of leaders to really, I mean, a whole new set of leaders, not just because it will take our generation to set the mantra for the next leadership in the country. This generation have to set that mantra, and Liberians have to open their eyes from now to 2029 and stand their ground. Because if these people got millions of dollars in the budget and they're riding fleets of cars, where one person got 5 cars escorting them to go home, you don't need that in a place like that, bro. Why do you need that kind of? Why are you even causing traffic for the people? You know, all those cars escorting you to go. You don't need that in a country like Liberia. When last in America, did you see President Biden coming with 25,000 cars behind him? Or maybe even, let me just say 10 cars behind him. You barely see those things. But the people, they want to treat our people like slaves, their own people, so they live this hard life and keep the people in abject poverty. So for us to be able to adjust, the people in power that are stealing the money has to be able to be willing for the country to adjust to the standard of the country that is supposed to have right now. You don't need one office to have $3 million in the budget for 1 year. It's just too much money. It's too much.
But Tomalin, you're talking about what should we do? Oh, look, listen. This government knew that the U.S. were readjusting. There's nothing here, and sometimes I wonder, you know, is the president getting his briefings on international affairs? But we have a foreign ministry. We have intelligence.
The president,
we're paying
foreign advisor.
Right. We're paying thousands of dollars on lobbyists, right, in DC. All of these things, right? But you're talking about being financially responsible and making sound decision. You saw what the president have just done. What is in this to see people to illegally remove people from positions where they are contracted, right? Because you want to appoint your friends. And when push comes to shove, what does the president do? He gives away free money. You saw what the president just did, settling with the central bank government, almost $400,000. Can you imagine? Annually, until the rest of his term has completed. So how does this benefit the Liberian people? Do you know what this money can do when it comes to just getting folks out of abject poverty? I mean, so we continue to make, children's decision, in adults' position. This doesn't work. It doesn't work. If our ma and pa cannot make adult decisions for their children, everyone suffers. This is what we have. This is what we have to deal with. So do I see this government going back to the drawing board to re-strategize in the interest of its people and being responsible? Absolutely not. I don't see that happening.
When it will come to reality. But quickly, guys, I know we got 31 minutes. But somebody, I want you guys to help make sense of this, right? The embassy just sent a statement out today. They said that, okay, the government of Liberia is actively cooperating with the U.S. Embassy in Monrovia and the U.S. Department of State to address the planned deportation of alleged 1,500 Liberians who are speculated to be on the list for deportation by the Trump administration. Now, they said the government is committed to protecting the interests of its citizens abroad and is diligently seeking solutions to the deportation issue. You get the point now. They say Liberia's Foreign Minister, Her Excellency Madam Sarah Besto Yati, is discussing this matter with the U.S. Embassy in Monrovia and has requested to meet with the new U.S. Secretary of State to explore alternatives to deportation. Okay. They say President Boaga is okay. But the other thing now, this area, when they say, explain to me, Grace, then we'll go to Robert, to meet the new U.S. Secretary of State to explore alternatives to deportation. So that means they're going to discuss and say what? They'll say that don't deport the people. Where are you going to put that? And I hear Trump telling people say he wants to, if some countries refusing to accept the citizen, he won't open Guantanamo Bay. He said that where they won't send people. So now, What will be discussion when the foreign minister of Liberia meet with Marco Rubio, which I know will not happen? Marco Rubio is not you only see, I can say one last our Liberian foreign minister will meet the post secretary of state easily. It's hard. They put all focus in the Ukraine war, the Gaza in Gaza, in the era of the Middle East with Israel and with Jordan, all this country then. I don't think we had the opportunity. I don't even know who's the present Africa desk officer yet said before we talk about this. So when you say alternatives to deportation, what do you think my brother be asking for?
They have no leverage to even initiate the conversation. Let's not joke. Let's not continue to embarrass ourselves.
So this is like brother law. Let me tell you something. People will accept that. You know, you're saying people you won't allow you to bring the people. What happened in
Mexico? Let them try. Let them try. They won't be like they have a private jet. They have a private jet.
That people not land yet.
No, they can't do it. They don't.
We're checking your case.
So which country did it?
They will never be.
I think Venezuela did it. I think another country.
Colombia.
Colombia.
They'll never be first. They will never be first kid. Tomalin, let me ask you this question: What did the Liberian government do when the Ghanaian government? You're going too far. Right, 2 hours away from Liberia. I was there. I was there last year when the Ghanaian government demanded that the Liberian on Butuburan camp leave. What did they do? Imagine, these are people, this is in Africa. This is in West Africa. Right? What did they do when the Ghanaian government says these guys have got to go? In a land, in an area, right? In an area that the Ghanaian government don't really need. Liberians have established themselves over there. They built homes over there. People cannot even get work permit in Ghana. What was the Liberian government intervention? What was their pitch to convince the Ghanaian government? Listen, the country is going through a whole lot right now. We don't have the land space to have folks come back home. We don't have jobs for them. We don't have the means to accept. What did they do? If the Liberian government could not even initiate a sensible conversation with its counterpart in Accra, that DC, they will go and start talking, what they will say. So and mind you,
they say, Robert, they say you're not helping the situation. They say,
Tomalin, if I was on that list, Tomalin, let me tell you something.
So you be preferring some better solution.
That's fine, like that business. But if I on that list to be deported, I'm telling Liberian government right now, please don't make it worse for me. Stay in Liberia. Don't come to DC and start talking about alternative. There is no alternative. They don't have any alternative. They cannot tell Trump what Trump needs to do.
Well, my thing is that, Rawa, the first thing is that what plans to the foreign ministry or what plans did the Liberian government have for its citizens that were out of the country, knowing that some of them had immigration problem? They should have had a plan already before they ever came to give forth.
Okay,
you think I was able to meet that Robio man? You're joking me? In that time, they got other serious thing they're doing. They like America first. You think they're playing with it? They're not playing with it.
No, but you want to say?
But to Lofa point, Lofa, the Ghanaian government deported your people. Have you deported Ghanaians?
Thank you. It was settled. They sent people there. They took care. They settled.
Settled where?
They settled where?
No, I brought some buses for them, but they put us on legitimate points, right? The point they say, well, they put overstay the time here.
That's why I said, what place that always have
I want like bro. When I was going to Nima, I saw the places they have for the people that are brought from Ghana. I saw they had the facility they put for them there. So, but
no, I'm talking about the place that they were having for the people in Ghana that wanted to stay in Ghana. They like president that were born in Ghana, never knew anything. What negotiation did they make with the Ghanaian government?
You know what they said?
Information over and over, and they say they claim that Waka is friends with the president.
You know what
negotiation did they make for the Liberians?
MSF for Waka the other day go Tanzania.
They offer. I think folks were given. I think at the time George Weah, former president George Weah was there. There was a negotiation made for Liberians to because the condition those guys were living under. Look, I expected the government to, first of all, even before the repatriation started, if I was in the government, part of my conversation would have been, listen, we got to treat our people with dignity, especially in Africa. This is not Europe. This is not America. This is Africa. I would have demanded a treatment that starts with dignity. If you ask Dr. Peabody, I was on Budu Camp April of last year when they were going through that stuff. I spoke with the leadership there. I spoke with people there, families there. So the condition in which Liberians lived on that camp did not reflect one that had its leaders 2 hours away. I would not have accepted that. I would have flown to Ghana, met with my counterpart, the president, Nana Ado, and I would have been straightforward with him. We've got to treat these people with respect. Ghanaians in Liberia are flourishing. Even when Liberians are living abject poverty, they have barbershops. They have some of the best barbershops in Liberia. They are allowed, and you know what? You know where they're located? They are located in some of our best areas in the city right now. They are not bothered. They are supported financially by Liberians abroad and in Liberia.
Because
so why are you treating our people in Ghana the way you treat them?
Let me ask a question. I visited,
because your government allowed it to
I visited the camp during the war, right? But let be realistic now. You had UNHCR there at one point in time. The UN agents were all there, and the opportunities were given for Liberians and so forth. But after 34 years, honestly, I mean, you couldn't. Bravo, let me ask you a great question. Somebody come from Liberia, but they come with a drink with one DV. They come to America. They come here. They live. They stop to. So they're stopping my auntie. Or stopping my uncle. And you know very well, but not be your home for the next five years. You know that one, okay? You tell them, say, well, you just come in. You strong, yeah. I give you at least. Be honest with them. Say, look, I give you the next 1 year or 2 years, depending how you do. So 1 year, save your money. Don't pay nothing in my house. Don't buy nothing. Our bills are being paid. All you know, do the money you're working for, save your money. When 1 year finish, I will find a way to find a house for you, apartment you're moving, you got a job, and you're on your feet. Don't pay nothing. You get on your feet. Now, so why couldn't our people do the same thing too? The people give places to build your place to stay. When time came, people wanted to use their country down. I mean, let me honest, you know. So what much the Ghanaian government could have done?
Tomalin, the scenario you just gave, I don't think it applies everywhere, right? And here's the reason why.
Why?
It takes a guy who I can guarantee you right now, if you brought someone from Liberia and they already have the work permit, they get to the airport, you can give them 6 months. 6 months, they're good enough to get on their feet. They don't pay no rent, they're not paying no bills. You give them 6 months. You know why? Because in 3 months they could get a job. No, I'm being honest. This is
6 months in America, Robert. Come on, that'd be realistic.
No, I'm saying 6 months. There are people in this country.
Oh, yeah.
How you get somebody with no bill? Yes.
How much you get somebody in America to stop?
So so listen.
Yeah.
One year is a stretch. What I'm saying to you is 1 year is a stretch. If you have the documentation, if you have your documentation already, people have come in this country and they have acquired homes in less than 3 years.
Yeah.
So if you give people, if someone comes from Liberia right now, an able person, a capable person with a skill, they come, even someone without no skill. Let's say they will work as a dishwasher in a restaurant at a hotel. They're guaranteed to make minimum $18, $19 in Georgia, right? 1 year is too long. I agree. 6 months. They already have the documentation now. 6 months. You get it. You get a job in 3 months. 6 to 7 months. That person can acquire their own one-bedroom apartment, right? They can have their own car.
Let
me say something, right?
I here in New York 6 months.
No, but Grace, at different time. Grace.
I never share a problem
Grace,
with nobody again.
at different time. Grace, at different time.
Seriously.
But let's be realistic now. Guys, y'all be realistic and have some. Look, let me be honest with you. You come to America now. First thing, you find a job. Our mentality in Liberia, I tell you, come to America. When you start working, expecting money. You get. I come in. You got when you go hustle there, right? When you get to the country, you need people to stay first. I see now too. You got family in abroad too who depend on you now too. Because you know in America depend on you too. They being I think said you found a job. You gotta get a car. Maybe you go to the auction, but you won't go get a car no right away. You go to the auction, somebody find one car for you. You start to use you get a car. Mind you too. Even though somebody will say, don't pay rent, don't pay nothing. But honestly, if you want to be a decent human being, if somebody's tapping on you, you tap on to some other place, you'll say, well, don't pay rent, but the idea. So now when you take pay, you go to the market. Come home, you bring something home, bring food. They won't say, okay, the food back. You know, so now too, you see the if you get away.
People excuses.
You see the bill there, they say, oh, the left bit at $200. And they'll find way to you put some money there. I mean, at least I will not just sit down be dependent on people. Now it takes some time to now. You gotta save some money, save up. And nowadays, to get an apartment, you gotta pay. I think some people can say pay a 2 month deposit. I think in the first month rent. Or people can say pay 2 month deposit in the first month rent. Okay, and then that's my the apartment that you get one bed. It took 1,000. No apartment in 100 this time. Now you get a car. You get family back home to take care of too. Okay, all these things there. So Robert and Grace, for God's sake, don't encourage people that are watching this show to when somebody come to America to say them stay with you for less than.
No, let me just speak.
Yeah,
can I speak now? I am not encouraging anybody. I'm telling you my life story. I came in this country, and in 6 months to 8 months, I was on my own. I lived with the people in the house, and the city where I was at, they told me, Grace, you don't have to pay anything. So I was working, and the only thing I used to buy was small food and save my money. In fact, before I could make it with it, before the 6 months or 7 months could reset, they put me outside. So I had no choice. I had to go and get my own apartment by force. I started sleeping on the cold ground with my bed sheet until I could buy a blanket the next paycheck. Then I bought mattress. So yes, you can come here in 6 months. Once you got job available to you, you can work. And if you have to work 2 jobs, you can work 2 jobs and get on your feet. And since I left the people's house, I empower myself to say I never was roommate with nobody. I never shared no room with nobody. I stay on my own. Yes. So I thank God for that. So people can do it in this now when you come to Ghana, because the job availability is not there. Ghanaians are not allowing Liberians to even get jobs in the country like that. You have to have some work permit. They're not easily giving it to Liberians. So it will take a little bit for Liberians to adjust in that kind of situation. What we see is that we're not seeing that the people who went to the Guar camp, they never had time to leave. What we see, some people could not go back to Liberia because the people who killed their family member were there, and some of them, their family member dissolved. They never had nobody to go back to. Some children were born there. What did the Liberian government do in that situation to help those Liberians that did not have no choice to go back home? They should have something in place and some negotiation going on with the Ghanaian government. If they couldn't even do it to Canada, America, you think Trump people they got time to come be who?
So Tomalin, let me say this, right?
We discussed this the money get we discussed the issue earlier.
So let me say this. Under normal circumstances, right? When families are come to the US, people that they come to, in many cases, would allow them to stay in their homes for more than 6 months.
Exactly.
Right? This is I'm just saying sometimes they won't pay bills for a whole year. And then sometimes too, they'll tell them, listen, you can stay in this room, take your own time, but pay $400, $500 every month. It's inclusive.
That's not a bread.
People do that, right?
Is it anything? They tell you no.
Pay $400, pay $500 every month. Look, I see this happening in Philadelphia all the time. Some people been here for more than some people been here for more than 2 years. They're renting people homes in basements. People upstairs, they're downstairs. They have their own. It looks like a whole house all by itself, and that's how folks make additional money. The point that I'm making to you is when you talk about folks coming to America, the reason why I mentioned in 6 months is because the opportunities in this country will allow a person's life to change, in a twinkle of an eye. Right? As compared to Ghana, for instance. So the circumstances Liberians are faced with in Ghana is quite different from that of the US, right? Especially when they are here legally, right? And so when I saw you highlighted a comment earlier about doing businesses in Ghana, I understand that Liberians have been in Ghana for a long time. I understand that a lot of Liberians who did not make the programs when the programs were actually working, the resettlement programs, attempted to stay in Ghana. But you also have to take into consideration, Tomalin, that a lot of these people left Liberia because of the civil crisis. A lot of them kind of reestablished themselves back home, even though a bulk of them depended on remittances from the U.S. They kind of got used to that country. The argument one can make that, well, a lot of these guys are looking for a handout, and some of them should have returned home by now. It's easier to say. And some of them have honestly wasted opportunities to return home and start from somewhere. Some of those guys in Ghana have family members that have encouraged them, that were willing to help them to return home and get back on their feet. But psychologically, for a lot of the other folks that I've spoken to and I've asked the same question, why do you find yourself in Ghana on this camp, even though the Ghanaian government are not giving you the opportunity to resettle fully in Ghana, as opposed to just returning to your country? The question they always ask is, Robert, I get it. We're in a foreign country. We are not treated fairly. We are not allowed to work, right? We don't get the kind of opportunities in this country that Ghanaians get in Liberia, Ivorians and Nigerians get in Liberia. But when we return home, what is there? How do we get started when we return home? This is a question that Grace and others have asked. What have we done as a responsible government to say, you know what? We have enjoyed peace consecutively for all of these years, though fragile, but here are some plans that we've put in place to encourage Liberians to return home. Some of these guys, if you get somebody $1,500 to return home and they already have a place there, that's a good starting point. But 90% of these guys don't have that kind of opportunity where folks are willing to give them something. Some of them have returned home for 6 months to try the process of resettling. They've returned back to Ghana.
Yeah, but
there's nothing there. Recently, let me close on it. No, Tomalin.
Yeah.
Recently, the folks who went back home via buses, what did the government do for them? Some of them were sent to Maryland County. Some were sent to Qatar. Some were sent to place. These guys were promised $100. As we speak today, the center that was created for these guys were left on by themselves. No help. The health was some of the major issues addressed in Ghana when the camp was broken down. They returned these guys home with no plan in place to check their health. What are some of the issues they've been facing with in Ghana? So what is in Liberia for these folks to return? So even if they're living in hell in Ghana, the question is, should they leave hell in a foreign country to return to hell in their own country? So what is the essence of going and living in your own country and you ain't already in hell? So logically they're thinking, I might as well just stay here.
No, but Robert, to be frank, to be honest with you, that's why we have this group they call the Liberian Refugee Repatriation Resettlement Commission, LRRC. That's their job. But honestly, right? When I went to Liberia last year, I was going to the Nima and I saw the place they built nice place. I mean, they built a place for them to be there until they can get on their feet, right? They even gave them money, but guess what happened again? They postponed the money. I think Bogas suspended a fire the people that did it. Yeah, I think Wazi then the guy Wazi then they stole the poor money. But they're supposed to get a package, and then get us some money to restart. I mean, to get.
Why you didn't post the money?
Our country, the people got robbed in the country.
No, the people got robbed too, but it's the people then they're giving them money to help the other program of Ghana. They themselves being like, bro, they're struggling themselves. Everybody's spending the money. Everybody's struggling.
With nothing, they gave money when people you pay for money. Then they can get better. The problem I got with our country too now, the political will is not there. But right, the people that ate the money should have been prosecuted when I get some bars. Look, let me say something tonight. The problem our country can face, right? Up to now, we having nobody behind bars because of corruption in our country. Only the layman. I told the director of police, I said, look, I was surprised at you he said, also you saying you tell me that I should not enforce the law. My officer I see there and taking bribe. I said, guess what? That the only point the officer you're seeing. But I want to see you when you put people in jail that the big ones. Okay.
Yeah.
But how many people in jail for corruption? How many people in jail beyond bad? Like recently, yesterday, I was next door state, New Jersey. The sentenced Senator Menendez, 11 years. Why he did? He was taking bribes for foreign government, taking gold, taking Mercedes Benz. And they're changing the man, they suspend the man for that's all lawmakers are doing today.
And none of them can go to prison for it.
The likes of all the people that I see today, and the people that those who have been on the Ways and Means Committee in Liberia for many years, okay, and the Rules and Order Committee, all the people that have been on the committees, most of them have been involved in corruption. They should be
And Tomalin, they say that when they can fight for that Ways and Means Committee to be on that committee, they can pay for that.
Grace and Robert.
They're not small city
Right?
in that committee.
It's just that it's power to do this investigation, the NSA. But I want to see them torturing. Look, hey God, the NSA, that's why the NSA person, they report to the president directly. Okay? But by right, you can investigate any information you get. So, okay, this senator is senator involved in corruption. That you go after that senator there, you try investigating that person. But then you get enough evidence, you arrest and indict that person. But look at with that. I watched that video with Dylan greeting the fire chief. Dylan did well. He was playing a part, but guess what? He stopped short. The reason why they covered the fire chief because the money that $2 million get that meant for the fire trucks, these very senators then were involved in that money. So
everybody got a court.
Yeah, they get a share for that money. But another country will go forward. On I see people.
Look at what happened in the DEA. What the investigation that was done that never came up with these DEA director, then fighting among and said, you think somebody should have gone to prison for that thing?
Yes, somebody should have
accusation. Nothing. The people just pass, they just put somebody there, they just walk away from there. Like, parents, you open your eyes, say 2029 coming in your country.
Grace and Robert until we can elect the president, the transformative leader, we have that problem.
Yeah.
Somebody who will be honestly on the right. I'll never try to win, but guess what? He said, if you elect me, I will do what I do right now.
And what you doing?
Okay, yeah. He's firing people. He said, all I know is, he's doing his own thing. But guess what? When President Bogan ran for president, look, 2017, right? I believe that Papa you were talking. I said, Papa was saying, he said, just give me 110. I mean, you're on Costa show one morning. He said, give me 110. He said, Costa, I get 110. People, he said, I'll put the country, I'll set the country in motion.
I was so fly.
I mean, and Papa get there, you get in the office now. And if I were him, right? He's not running for. I mean, as far as concerned, with age, I think he should be running.
They say he's running 2029. People say what he wheelchair said they were dragging and putting him working with.
Not right now.
They say 2029 he coming. We're waiting for him 2029.
I will govern the way that people will say that I'm getting nothing to lose. I already come in leave office. Set the pace. The next president that comes will say, yeah, he set the pace. But right now, I'm not convinced. I'm not happy with what's happening in the country because people get involved in corruption, get involved in abuse, violating, undermining the public trust, and nothing comes from all of it. And it's a problem. Yeah. But again, our people, Liberian people, will take our time, one whole day, one whole show to tell you about your right you got, the power you got to vote. When you vote, you see the election have consequences. You see what happened in America today? People wanted to pose and voted. There was when you see them, they're arresting them, they're carrying them. Some of them that what the people voted for. But when you vote, that power you got to vote. Generally, your condition will change if the right person telling you. But how can I vote for somebody who I know that people have been saying anything for many years? Try somebody else.
Me, I let Trump. I didn't vote for him. Let's just be clear. Because I look at stuff and I was trying to, look at the other people who never had I didn't vote. But the reason why I like President Trump,
we are going on trying. You're not president. You ain't got your family.
You're for on the screen, man.
Yeah, man. Let him talk. Yeah, let him talk.
They says that job. We are saying that what he did. Y'all stop. Y'all like grandpa. Y'all let to go back to it. That's why most of y'all are saying to put us so. Y'all let to look back.
Nobody man talking about. But the mucho why problem. And if somebody what again, the person doing better than Joe we are.
Well, the scene 6 and 7. But my thing is that what I like about leaders that the leaders that say what they would do, Trump never heard anything from nobody. The man told everybody what he was going to do. And he is delivering on his promises. Even in the first month, the judge inaugurated, they put the man into power. The man is delivering his promises, what he told the people he would do. And the people heard it, they still voted for the man. Unlike your president, they were kind. Like, look at the way how Baga was talking with Costa, confusing the people. Or audit would be done just like he was going to bring international auditors to what he's doing now, putting his family members into position. He just put his nephew in the Morocco as how they call it, ambassador to Morocco. Now he pay he finished paying the central bank governor to be removed from his position so he can put a family member in that position. So I mean, Liberians just need to gear up themselves for 2029. And we're not looking for talk anymore, because for me, I was listening to Baga, but I was thinking also, I said, but Papa, he get money. He said he won't be president. The first thing when he came in the position, he got to face himself big, hot, bad, new cars and stuff. His children got to get in good life. So it will be taken away from the government. It will be taken away from the people. So I was thinking about other things. So how I say all the promises he making would be able to do. The mentor said he couldn't even afford to live. He was taking loans. How you go vote for a man who's taking loans for his daily life as president of your country? You think anything will be done from the initial stage? The first stage, you will start thinking about how to reach himself first before, at least the first 2 years before he can look at anything. And after that 2 years, when he finished reaching himself, then he will start thinking about other things to do that will sustain him after he did that power. So, like, I mean, you need to vote smart. You need to vote smart. This last turn that passed, Joseph Baga had no business being president of Liberia. I said it and I mean it. And I said it all through the campaign. They will not listen to us. Now look at what happened in the country. They still focusing on hiring process, still putting people in position. All his old papa friend, the way he promised from high school, that the day I become president, I will get in position. He's still putting all of them. He's still struggling with just putting people in position. Nothing major is being done for the country. Everything they lay out is they are just promises or continuation from the last government. What are the government put in place that they said, we initiated this particular thing and we'll make sure we carry it to the end? They have not initiated nothing new. So, but they don't want us to speak about it. And that's the reason why we said the election got consequences. They better look at it, because it's taking away from your children. We can sit here and talk. We live in America, so sometimes we don't feel it direct, but you're the one you got a direct impact. How you take away from you and your children because of love for somebody or because of sentiment in an election that will be over, and then you got to live the rest of your life? How you do that to yourself? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want a Trump in Liberia. I pray we don't have a Trump in Liberia. Because 37%, and I still don't get it, but like you said, Grace, elections do have consequences. Because we get rewarded for what we voted for, right? And so the difference between Trump and Joseph Boakai was that Joseph Boakai promised one thing, right? And he's doing the total opposite of what he promised, right? He frowned on the use of government resources on private jet, and today he's the private jet in chief, right? He's flown more private jet in 1 year than George Weah did in 6 years, and now it seems like they have made that a norm in our country. You have Dillon apologizing to Weah for criticizing private jet, because now they're trying to justify the use of private jet, and that they did not understand the need for private jet, right? Joseph Boakai promised to end METAC. Well, they had over a year, and they haven't done that. They told Liberians that harmonization was flawed. It was a fraud. Well, guess what? Harmonization has not been overturned. They promised to fight drugs. They said drug was a priority. Well, I'm not sure where we are on that fight, right? So on everything that Joseph Boakai and Unity Party came to change as an alternative, I never believed that. When we are talking about change, I never believed that Unity Party was the alternative to CDC to begin with, right? But this is what we got. Joseph Boakai promised to do it differently. He said he was more of a leader. He has not proved to be more of a leader, right, than George Weah. The University of Liberia has been closed for 7-8 months now. That did not happen on George Weah. And these are guys who are supposed to be the ones to appreciate education, right? So he's a total opposite than Trump. With Trump told immigrants that I will deport you.
So on
right?
day one.
On day one, there will be mass deportation. And not only did he say there will be mass deportation, he was going after even people who have been in this country legally when he talked about taking away birthright citizenship, which I don't think will ever happen because again it requires an amendment to the Constitution. I think the executive order is all a bluff. You can't change that. But he said that. Yet and still 37% of Hispanic voted for him, right? These are people with immigrant issues. If they're not directly affected, they got families, sister, cousins that are affected from this issue, right? Yet and still, over 20% of African immigrant who are legal in this country supported Trump, but their families are affected. Folks who got wives here on fiance visa, they have to stay 6 months to a year to get the documents processed. So we're not getting from Trump what he did not promise, right? I didn't anticipate that he would get elected and somehow change overnight and become presidential, right? Look at what happened today. We are talking about over 67 people losing their lives. And the president of the United States wakes up. And instead of, being that voice of hope and reasoning and comfort, what does he do? He blames DEI.
Is it a president the controller?
He blames DEI. But no, Tomalin, but don't even go too far about air traffic control. Don't go too far about air traffic control. Let's focus on DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion.
Yeah.
What does DEI have to do with what happened with the airline? That's what he does. He talks about recruiting the best of the best.
Because he canceling DEI from all the different.
Yeah, but even if you canceling DEI, I get it. But you gotta logically, it doesn't make sense. It does not align with what's happening. So how do you
blame something on the reason why he canceled DEI?
Yeah. Apart from that, we don't want a president who comes on national TV when the country is looking for leadership, counsel. When the country is looking for the voice of logic, common sense, reasoning, right? When we want to see someone who looks like a father more so than a president and starts to talk about something, he has no evidence. The investigation have not even started. How do you come and start making statements about who's responsible or what is responsible when those professionals who are supposed to do the thorough investigation, give them time to do the investigation, to do their job
for the next 4 years, my brother.
Right. This is exactly what happened with Guar when he preempted what had happened. Oh, it was hooligans, that burned the Capitol. And then when the report came out, everyone is shocked that the report backed exactly what the president said because they did not want to embarrass the president because he prematurely spoke. We don't want leaders like that. We need leaders that can relate to the people. If we want mothers, people in moments, you don't just want a president. We want to see a mother. You want to see what that father in that position of leadership would do. We want sensible leaders. We have not gotten those folks, and we continue to elect the same folks over and over and over and over and again. But I don't want to see a president like Trump. I think Trump. I don't want to get in.
What we're saying to you is that with all the things that he does, at least in his campaign promises, he delivers. This thing not happening. The man told us that he was going to do them. The people still voted for him. So we want a president who can say he will do something and actually come and do it. That's what we're trying to say. But not to be as bad as what he's doing. But all the messages he preached in the campaign, they not hard it. The people, he told them what he was going to do. And now they voted him in, he is delivering the president to them. And that's the kind of mindset we want our president to highlight, bro. Although we don't want him to take the badness of what he's doing, but we want to say that when you campaign on a message, you have to deliver to the people what you told them you were going to do.
I agree on that note. But you see, another thing we need to change us. You see, we need to change us. You see, when you listen to people like Jomo Jala, and I hate to say Jomo because I don't like giving him attention, right? But when you listen to people like Jomo Jala talk about Liberia will not burn. By the way, Jomo Jala is one of our consistent listeners and supporter here. So I like to give him small attention.
I recognize Juman Jala and say Gongano.
Yeah, I like to give him some attention sometimes. I like to give him some attention sometimes. The day I see him, I'll make sure he buy me beer. But when you hear him talk about Liberia will not burn, if that's what George we are, he will be speaking the opposite. Oh, Liberia will burn.
Exactly.
So Liberia will not burn because the criminal in chief is a man he supports. Same thing. When George Weah is there, the people who support George Weah don't know how to be loyal to George Weah and also be a patriot to their country, right? And so we need to change that mindset that we can support candidates, we can support leaders, but we can also be, citizens, like nationalists. You can't take the leader over your country. When the country is burning in the hands of the leader you supported, be woman enough, be man enough to say, listen, my man, I supported you, but what you are doing is wrong. That's not what I supported. But Jomo Jala was saying, I said, the country will not burn. The country has burned. The country is burning. The only thing the country has not done yet is sunk. The country, we don't see the ashes yet. But the country has burned.
Yeah, we're about to close, but let me say this, right? I will get our closing comment. But on a serious note, let me just say quickly. Today we didn't have the fire chief because the fire chief sent a note to us that he's involved in the tragedy in Washington D.C., which just make a lot of sense. They're all there. Chief Butler said he will do it next week Thursday. That's why he didn't show up. So tomorrow we have Garrison Yelu, Councilor Garrison Yelu. Garrison Yelu is he was honor President Weah. He was the chairman of the Good Governance Commission, and now he's one of those who is called senatorial hopeful for the seat in Nima County for Prince Johnson's seat. He's running for that seat, so we'll be having it tomorrow here. And then also on Monday, we have the immigration lawyers and other advocates to be engaged in the Liberian public, telling us exactly what's all this deportation and things about. We ask all the questions we need to ask and get to know exactly your rights as citizens and so forth, and also green card holder. So I know green card holders and citizens shouldn't be worried about that, because if you get the things you worry about too, I think if you got a green card and you overstay your time in Liberia, be careful. You come to that airport, sometimes you overstay, you come to the airport, they can give you late pass. They let you come in the country and say, go and take care, and take care of your regularize your status quickly. But on the Tron guy, you come to the airport, that thing is that you already overstay your time in Liberia. And most of our government officials, they got green card. Most of our senators who live in America before, and those who also in government, who work in the government, they are permanent residents. You see, when they come in America very soon, because they come to make sure they dot their I's and cross their T's. So we'll have them here on Monday. We'll engage them, ask all the questions we can ask, and so forth. So that's the plan for the remaining time. And lastly, Robert said something just now. I want for Liberians to start thinking, if we want to change our country, they will forget about which party we're supporting, and we'll just be united in our thoughts, in our mindset that we need to change the country. We need to put the right people there. They'll start talking about positive things, not saying, look, for that party or for this party. Let's put the right person there so that we get the best result from for our country.
And that's it, yes.
So let's get our closing comments, guys.
So let me close quick, my Robert. So the immigration people coming, we are looking up. If you're watching us, tell the Liberians, the people that have green cards and people that own TPS and also I-94, they could do something now, because the lawyers will be answering some questions. This is the time for you to kind of listen to the show to get information on what you can do to help yourself not to be deported from the country. Number two, if you got a green card, respect yourself. That you're drunk driving, you ought to be doing. The people catch you, you drunk driver, you get a green card. They're not wasting time. I'm not joking. Seriously, I was reading some of the stuff. I was there amazed. Once you got crime, they will let beating your web. They in the hall. You beat the girl. The girl call the cops. As they take you from the hall, you're coming back. They will deport you to that. But once you got crime behind you, they're not joking with it. So make sure that you are living, rent free of the crime. You don't want to be driving and speeding and go have accident, because when the police come, when they start taking all your credentials, when you go to the police station, before you know, they ice people there. You will not even believe that serious thing I'm saying to you. Some of the information we need to give it, but we have to help our people. So come and listen. When the immigration lawyers they come here, so what you can do to hear what you can do to help yourself is very important that you do that, because this is no joke. This is no joke. There's not only Africans that do it to, they're doing it to other people, or a lot of Puerto Rican and Mexican people that have been deported out of this country by the day. This is no joke. We got videos, and we got our friends and neighbors, our white mates, they are experiencing anything with their families. So we just want you to know that. It was a good show tonight. It was good to be here again, and nice to see you guys. I hope you have a good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me.
Robert, take us home.
Listen, first, let me start by saying, Grace Show, always great to see Grace. Haven't seen her in a long time. I need to come visit you because you made dinner for all these guys.
Oh,
I wasn't.
Anytime you get ready, just tell me, give me your list of who you want. Yeah.
There you go. I will come. I will
Oh,
come.
Yeah.
But I can drink though. I can drink. I like wine.
Robert, before I
And
and Grace, I want to say this, right? Robert, the guy who administers did Robert wedding, he passed away, right, Robert?
Yes.
Our
Yes.
Robert, a young man. Yes, I mean, I'm so sorry for that.
Yes. We. I don't even like to talk about it too long because I get very emotional, man. That was my guy. But at the appropriate time, I will give him. I'll ask you guys for time and talk.
Yeah.
But he was my guy, young pastor. Just he officiated our wedding.
What to do? What do you say?
I mean, lead that man coming down, man.
That guy is crazy.
You know. So let me start by saying this. I said it yesterday. I think we as a people, I think the U.S. has offered us a point of transition. I think we are transiting right in this country. Every time I get to talk to a Liberian on the phone, especially my friends, we're very successful in this country, and God has blessed us. I think we need to start thinking about anything could possibly happen, whether you have green card, undocumented U.S. citizenship, anything can happen. Have we made the kind of investment back home for a potential retransition back to our country? What are we doing? You've been here for 30 years. You've been here for 25 years. You make a lot of money. Yes, you send remittances back home to your family. Have you invested in building a 2-bedroom house for yourself? Are you buying that little old car that you bought 5 years ago? Are you sending that car to Liberia? Are you thinking about a business opportunity, right? If Liberia does not create that environment, Ghana could create that environment for you, right? A buddy of mine, one of my best friend, my best friend, studying my wedding is my best man. They invested $150,000 in a 13-bedroom house in Kumasi, in Ghana. And that house was renovated. If you see the house right now, big mansion. We go there all the time when we in Ghana. That house is on the market, right? What are we doing in case anything happens? It's almost like we make decisions every day in our home. We put money aside for a rainy day, right? Anything can happen, right? You want to buy a ticket to go back home, emergency happen. Liberia could be our emergency. Liberia is our only country. So it doesn't matter how long we've been in this country. It doesn't matter how much money we've made. I don't see a lot of us thinking about investment in Liberia. I don't want to retire. I cannot retire in America because there's a strong. I'm bougie. I want to live a decent life where I'm kicking my legs up and I'm asking, someone to get me a cold bottle of beer. Yeah, I'll pay that person. That's an opportunity. That's a job creation opportunity. And I don't have to be rich to do that, right? Because I'm in Liberia, right? What are we doing to create for ourselves the heavens in our own country? Because Liberia is struggling. But I know people who live in Liberia as if when you enter their homes, you'll think they're living somewhere in Europe or somewhere in the US, right? So I think the smart thing to do, this is Trump. This is just 4 years. But we never know what could happen. You don't know if you could have another Trump. You don't know if you could have someone worse than Trump, right? So I will encourage Liberians, If you've been here, you got work permit, you got green card, start looking at putting down some kind of 2-bedroom. Send our old car to Liberia. Stop this renting apartment when you go home for vacation. Stop putting something down for yourselves, because your government does not have what it takes to receive you. Your government does not have what it takes to have you resettle in Liberia. If you're dependent on your government, you will be laughed at by your friends and your family. Let's reinvest. Build your small little mansion in Liberia. Build what you can afford. Send that small 2-car to Liberia that you don't use no more. Don't pay insurance on it. Send it back home. Start looking at opportunities for businesses. You can live a decent life in Liberia and travel to America, Europe, however you want. You stay out of trouble here. Just make sure you come here every 6 months, or if you're a U.S. citizen, you can. But that's what we need to start thinking about. Number one. Number two, I believe that if I was the U.S. government, Tomalin, I will completely stop aid to Liberia. Because Liberia has been, yes, I will. If you are paying, and I will say this, and I hope I'm on the radio. I will say this again tomorrow. If I'm not on the radio right now, I will say again tomorrow. If the government is able to pay the suspended CBR governor $60,000 monthly just for allowances, right? Over $400,000. Then the government don't need it. That's irresponsible. Do you know how much the government will spend to pay off the suspended governor and the current governor? How does Liberia benefit? This is greed. This is very irresponsible. So if the people are giving you aid and you are not using the aid properly, why should they continue to waste the money on greedy politicians? So until we get our act together, discontinue the aid. Because the people are not benefiting anyway. So if the aid is discontinued, how does that hurt the people? How does it help them? So until we are responsible as a government and as a leader, I would discontinue the aid. Last but not the least, I want to say this: Liberia is the only country we have. And in as much as you would think that we don't like this government, in as much as you would think that we are anti-government, we're not. I am waiting for a day where I can sit on the radio, and I say all the time when I go to Liberia and I do my interviews, I want to applaud this government, but this government must give me things to applaud them for. Simple. I want this government to let this government, have successes and we're still sitting here talking about their flaws. But how can we applaud a government that has continued to do things that you don't need to applaud? I can't applaud bad behavior. So if you want us to applaud the government, let the government do good things. I will give the government credit because I want this government to succeed. But do I think they have what it takes to succeed? Absolutely not. I listened to the president's speech, great promises. Can we achieve those things? Absolutely. Do we have what it takes to achieve them? I don't think so. So don't look at us on the platform and on the radio every day in Liberia and say, people see me at events that I Robert Mandel all day criticizing the government. Yes, I will continue to criticize the government. I will continue to do so in Liberia too. And until the government gives me something to applaud them for, we will continue to criticize the government. So let's have a great night, and let's have a great day.
Guys, good night, and we look forward to tomorrow with Honorable Councilor Garrison Yelu, and then on Monday with the other people. Guys, great show. Thank you, man.
Thank you.